Everyone, welcome to the September 11th, 2024 meeting of the Parks and Recreation Commission and Urban Forestry Board. I've got a couple of announcements to start us off here. First, we'll call the meeting to order. And then for those attending online, this meeting is being conducted with a virtual component. Anyone wishing to address the commission virtually may join the meeting online at https://mountainview.zoom.us/J/85027481875 or by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 850-2748-1875. When the chair announces the item on which you wish to speak, click the raise hand feature in Zoom or dial *9 on your phone. When the chair calls your name to provide public comment, if you are participating via phone, please press *6 to unmute yourself. This information is on the top of the agenda if you need to refer to it. And then I also have a few special announcements. There were a few items that were listed. Noticing was done for a few items and they have been rescheduled. Noticing was previously done for the recycled water item. However, that item was removed from tonight's agenda and will be scheduled at a later date. Noticing will go out again in advance of the new meeting date. So if you're here for that one, we will not be covering that today. And then in addition, a special meeting has been scheduled on October 23rd, 2024 for the pickleball item. The purpose of that meeting is to have appropriate time to discuss the next steps related to pickleball facilities. And we will not be discussing that tonight, although if you desire to do so, you may comment in the items 4 or communications from the public. Thank you, and let's do the roll call now, if you would, Allison.
Okay, Commissioner Mitchner.
Here.
Commissioner Bryant.
Here.
Commissioner Felios.
Here.
Vice Chair Davis.
Here.
And Chair Summer.
Here, thank you. All right, our first item, number 3, is the minutes approval. We will start with commission suggestions or edits and then take public comment on that. Return to commission discussion and then have a commission motion. So are there any commission comments or suggested edits? I'm not seeing any. All right, so,
I'll move approval of the minutes.
okay, so there's been a motion.
Public.
Right, we're going to take comment from the public, but there has been a motion. Now, as far as public comment, if anyone in attendance would like to provide public comment on the item number 3.1, the minutes approval, please fill out a blue card and either hand it to me or Allison. And if you are virtual, please click the raise hand button on Zoom and press *9 on your phone. For this minutes approval, there will be a 3-minute time limit, and we will give a warning at a 1-minute point. Staff will not respond to any questions during the public comment. And is there anyone that would like to comment on the minutes of the July 1st meeting? All right, I don't see any. Is there any online commenters? Perfect. Okay, is there anything to discuss? We have one motion. Didn't hear a second.
I'll second.
Okay, second from Commissioner Bryant. Any discussion? None. All right, will you take a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Mitchner.
Yes.
Commissioner Bryant.
Yes.
Commissioner Felios.
Here, yes, I'm here too.
Vice Chair Davis.
Yes.
And Chair Summer.
Yes, all right, so the minutes approval passed. Now we are to item 4, oral communications for the public. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the commission on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes, and state law prohibits the commission from acting on non-agenda items. I do have one card. Would you like to start, Bill Lambert? And it looks like there's a second 100% on oral communication. All units.
Give me just a moment. Bill sent in a presentation that he wanted shown at the same time, so I'm just gonna pull that up. A lot of windows and something.
Great. Great. My name is Bill Lambert. I'm speaking in my personal capacity. I'm a resident of Arnold with Woodland and Mountain View. I was expecting the Park and Open Space Strategic Plan update to be presented tonight. Apparently that's delayed, but I wanted to still take an opportunity to keep that update on top of everybody's mind, and it's a great presentation. Every time often when I speak with people about purchasing new parks and open space in Mountain View, people roll their eyes at me and say, this is just absolutely crazy. It's going to cost way, way too much money to do something like this. Well, I thought about various ways that the city has either preserved or purchased new park space in the last several years that they've come up with very creative solutions. And I'd just like to remind you of what some of those are. Next slide, please. So in a land exchange that took place between the Mountain View Wisconsin School District and the city, the Mountain View Wisconsin School District agreed not to build on Cooper Park and that land they owned for sort of 99-year kind of lease thing, in exchange for being able to build about 150 affordable housing units here on Shoreline for teacher housing. The community won both ways. We preserved park space. We received additional affordable housing. Next, and I remind you, those park spaces are 10, 15, 20,000, $20 million an acre. Next example here is a transfer of development rights. This had to do with the building a new elementary school in the San Antonio plant. The city of Mountain View gave $20 million toward a 2-acre park space, $23 million toward a joint use athletic field, and about $80 million in development rights that were expected to be built over the Wisman planning area to increase the density. But next one is bond financing. Last night, the city approved a plan to fund the police station with $230 million. And some amount, which is undetermined, for parks and open space. If that money was turned into a bond, we could, or the equivalent amount of $230 million, we could build roughly 15 acres of new park space. So these are examples of good ideas that have been the collaboration between the city and other entities, Mountain Wisconsin School District, Los Altos School District, and the community. So it's not impossible to provide a lot of park space, and I don't want cost of parkland to inhibit the creative ideas that our consultant is coming up with. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison, has that presentation been sent to the commission?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so our next speaker that provided a card is Michael Rogers, and this will be comment on items that are not on the agenda.
I actually sent a couple slides about an hour ago. I don't know if you can see them or not. I can pull one of those up. Give you a reference to. I am going to talk about pickleball tennis. I actually present, following on Mr. Lambert's comments, so Dan Shane is also president, has also put forth creative ideas of how do we fund arts community parks, the barrier of the investment it takes to actually do that is really something to find a solution for, because try to add 50% of the population on top of what we already have. We need large community parks, not micro parks.
Can I speak up, Mike? A little louder.
Okay, so I wanted to talk about pickleball and tennis. Can you put some thoughts in your head of that? I know it's not on the agenda tonight. Terry Rail, the president of Mountain View Tennis Club, and I found, she forwarded me something, made me think, try and get here and talk about this. I put this together in about an hour back in March and sent it to city staff when ahead of the meetings in April. It's just ideas. How do we create stuff where without doing a lot of capital expense or without cannibalizing existing facilities? The pickleball club is pushing right now to actually make permanent and expand the pickleball facility at Rangsdorf Park, which really is not community-based thinking. Because we have the Mountain View Tennis Club has been displaced by this, the tennis community has been displaced by this. And the red herring of the noise issue, when you look at the geometry, Rangsdorf Park has more units close to the tennis courts than any other facility in Mountain View. So the reason I'm putting it there, rather than the Tennis Advisory Board's recommendation to go to Cooper Park, was completely falsified to some extent. This solution, half of these pickleball courts, the top 8, that is already blacktop space of the double wides of courts 6 and 12, which are not used, unlike the bleachers on the other side, which are used, which was in the older city proposal that was sent back last time, because those bleachers are used about you open, they are used for junior team tennis. So really what we're asking for is to figure out solutions that don't cannibalize existing facilities. We can see the tennis wall over here, which has been discussed. It's the last wall of Mountain View. It's the only handball courts left in Mountain View. Taking this down requires a capital expense, plus you're eliminating yet another sport that only exists on this facility. The tennis wall is one of the highest used facilities of any tennis facilities in the city of Mountain View. So this space, you cringe a little bit on the third rail of Mountain View politics, the quest to open space. But half of that space on the top of those 8 courts is already topped off. You just need to put fencing around it, move out a few feet. But these are just ideas about what direction we go, but we consider what are the boundary conditions we do. We look at Palo Alto expanded Mitchell Park because they wanted to avoid the diverse community uses. Mountain View has the highest functional uses on Cuesta and Rangsdorf Parks of any facilities in South Bay. So it's really an injustice to put the pickleball, right? Not only Mountain View Tennis Club had different functional uses, but there are many other. I was coaching junior team tennis. We do coaches there. We have 2 schools using it, et cetera. Right? We should figure out if we're going to do that as a temporary solution, we should not have impinged on so many community programs. And the number 1 court facility that was used by recreational players was Rangsdorf Courts prior to pickleball. So thanks for your time and attention. I sent detailed email with a lot of other comments, right? A little hyperbole, but I think community discussion is important. I just want to put ideas in your head ahead of the meeting coming up next month. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Michael. Is there anyone else that would like to speak under oral communications from the public, which is not on the agenda? Okay,
We do
All right.
have one online.
great.
Celia.
Hello.
And
Sorry, I couldn't make it in. I'm putting the kids to bed. So main thing, I'm really excited. Last night at the end of the city council meeting, it was approved 6-1 to look at progressing with our plan to go low-mow and include native wildflowers in the annex. So I'm really looking forward to working with staff on that. And I hope that we can get support from our PRC commissioners as well. On another note, on that last presentation, I would disagree. I still think that's cannibalizing our park space. The Quest to Open Space is very unique. It's a place with almost a mile of walking trails that a lot of people use. And also kids use it as one of the only places in town they can do nature play. So you'll see a lot of young kids there, stay-at-home moms with homeschooled kids there. That's where they do their nature play and science. On top of that, It's a place where the egrets and herons eat and the hawks eat. And so that noise impact isn't just about neighbors, it's also for our wildlife. But I do think we need pickleball courts. I think we got to be looking a little more creative. And in this, as Bill said, we need additional park space so we can meet these needs. So we should be looking for areas that are already graded and already paved and can handle being a destination. We were told the reason that the pickleball courts can't be spread throughout the city is they want a tournament destination. And so to prevent impact on a neighborhood, it should be in a place that can handle that traffic and parking impact. And so maybe we should be considering some of the commercial areas where land is much cheaper. It's already graded for parking. It's already lit quite often. And the noise is already zoned for higher noise levels. So I really hope that we look at more creative solutions to add to park space, not try and take from other uses, because I do think there should be a place for this in our city as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Would anyone else online like to speak in item 4, oral communications from the public? Not seeing any raised hands. So we will close item 4 and move on to our presentations, starting with item 5.1, which is the Burrowing Owl Preservation Plan, Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan update. This is a update from Shoreline Manager Brady Rubush and Ellen Marchant, CSD Director. This item is on the agenda, not for any commission action, but to allow people to share their thoughts and comments. Would you like to start?
Yes, great.
Marchant.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, John Marchant, Community Services Director. I'd like to start off just with some talking notes and then be able to turn it over to Brady Rubush, the Shoreline Manager, to provide a presentation. So the City of Mountain View, as many of you know, have had a long history of protecting wildlife, guided by a number of plans, including the Burrowing Owl Preservation Plan, as well as the Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan. And those accomplishments have been made possible through the use of biologists, volunteers, and many other organizations that we work with. In early July, the city staff biologist went on leave, and staff began working right away to find contract biologist services and create agreements to help with the gap in service that the biologist was providing. Nonetheless, there has been a 2-month gap to date in biological services in Shoreline. And this has raised understandable concern within the community, and this concern was exacerbated by the lack of prompt communication by the city. Staff acknowledges that by not sharing information in a timely manner, we delayed the opportunity to answer some of the concerns that we heard from our partners, especially our wildlife management partners. And tonight, I will summarize some of the efforts we have taken over the past 2 months and some steps that we are taking to increase trust in the community. Brady and I will share some additional information related to efforts that support the Burrowing Owl Preservation Plan and the Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan. So in the memo that was attached to the agenda, there is a list of efforts that staff have taken over the past 2 months, and I will highlight a few of the items and the next steps. So in summary, we did coordinate with the Santa Clara Valley Habitat Agency to conduct the overwintering program, which culminated on August 10th. And in the memo, there is a summary of results from that program. Staff has met with the Habitat Agency to identify additional opportunities for collaboration. We met with Santa Clara Valley Bird Alliance and discussed opportunities for volunteer assistance during the shoreline staffing gap, and sought input on contract biologist scope of services. And just today, Shawnee and I were talking about going full circle with the Bird Alliance together regarding additional collaborations. During this time, we did pause burrowing owl monitoring and counts, and paused mowing and maintenance projects that would require the approval of a biologist. And we provided an update to and remained in ongoing communication with California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And tomorrow we will be meeting with our contract biologist services. We have completed the agreements with them and we'll be starting that kickoff process tomorrow. And we'll start some additional steps that I'll talk about now. This will include, so city staff have prioritized specific responsibilities for the contractor. And that includes weekly surveys of burrow owl locations, as well as monitoring vegetation height and mowing around active burrows, artificial burrows, and historically used natural burrows. And we'll continue to work with the contract biologist based on the needs of shoreline and the needs of the wildlife and the environment within shoreline. So city staff looks forward to ongoing collaboration and increased communication with local agencies, volunteers, and community members to ensure shoreline continues its long-standing history of being a champion for wildlife, including the burrowing owls. And so over the last few weeks, we have been in contact with a number of individuals, groups. We've been listening and learning a little bit more, recognizing the need for additional communication with our partner agencies, volunteers, and otherwise. So this is an opportunity for us to share that information with you, that we look to do better and do more. And with that, I am going to turn it over to Brady Rebush to talk about some of the activities that we have completed related to the Burrowing Owl Preservation Plan and the Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan.
Thank you, John. As John said, I'm Brady Rebush, Shoreline Manager in the Community Services Division or Department. Bear with me, last time I presented to you guys, you were in a different building. There was no Zoom and my face definitely didn't appear on a large screen. So I'm still getting used to this. So we're just going to give a quick review of Shoreline, kind of remind everybody about everything that we have out there. Then we'll do a summary of the Burrowing Owl Preservation Plan and then a summary of the Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan. So here's our new map of shoreline that we just had created with our GIS division in the city. This will be available on the website soon. Just as a refresher, Shoreline is a 750-acre recreational and wildlife area. It's located over a lot of utilities infrastructure, including a closed but active landfill. In terms of recreation, we have 2 restaurants, a golf course, sailing lake, amphitheater with 5 parking lots, the Ringstorff House, Shoreline Athletic Field, and 3 of the city's 5 Class 1 trails running through it. Other uses also include Fire Station 5, as well as the safe parking program in Lot B, one of 3 sites in the city. In terms of wildlife and habitat, we have 2 creeks, 2 tidal marshes, the Coast KC4 Bay, which is a basin for stormwater, and then Charleston Slough, which is located at the top left, immediately adjacent to 2 former salt ponds that are being restored through a U.S. Fish and Wildlife effort. And so just as kind of a reminder of everything we got going on in our 750 acres. We also include the Charleston Retention Basin, which is technically outside of Shoreline. It's down here in the bottom right. Get my mouse over here. There we go. And the Charleston Retention Basin, which I'll talk about a little bit later, and then the Egret Rookery, which is located down off Shorebird Way. And so it's just a quick highlight of everything we got going on out there and why. Let's see if I can do this. We created a burrowing owl preservation plan to ensure that we can protect the burrowing owls while we have all of that going on out there. The burrowing owl preservation plan was adopted October 13th, 2012. It was an update to the 1988 burrowing owl management plan. It focuses on the irrigated and non-irrigated grassland habitat at Shoreline, which is the primary habitat for burrowing owls. And then the Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan, which we'll get to next, focuses on a lot of the other habitats that we have at Shoreline. The Burrowing Owl Preservation Plan has 3 habitat goals, 3 population goals, and 10 action items in it that can all be found on page, I believe, 2, 3, 4. I'm not going to go through all of them in the interest of time, but the Burrowing Owl Preservation Plan and the Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan are on the city's website under the Shoreline pages for anybody to access. So this is from the Burrowing Owl Preservation Plan. This shows our enhancement and preservation areas. in 2016, we installed a chain link fence around the majority of the Northeast Meadowlands. So we actually, there's my mouse. We actually extended it around and out to the levee over here and all the way around. So it's not just the area in red, it's the whole Northeast Meadowlands. We also used extensive volunteer support to perform many projects in our 9-acre site. As you'll see in the next slide, the 9-acre site is one of our most utilized areas for burrowing owls, as well as the areas that we put the most resources into, and I'll show you why in the next slide. While the areas in red are the mitigation and preserve areas, the majority of vegetated and permeable areas at shoreline are considered either burrowing owl nesting or foraging habitat. And that includes a 250-foot habitat overlay zone that borders the south end of shoreline. That was established in the North Bay Shore Precise Plan. So not only is it just shoreline, but it's actually a 250-foot buffer around the whole south side of shoreline. The areas in red are just where we dedicate additional resources and focus our volunteer efforts for either mitigation requirements or because they're the best locations for our burrowing owls. So remember where that 9-acre site is. Here is a map of our landfill. So as you can see, keep pointing, I gotta remember we gotta zoom. There we go. This is the 9-acre site. So it's actually an area where there is not landfill, which means that we don't have to perform cap repairs. That's one of the reasons that we spend so much effort and focus there. We do consider it a burrowing owl preserve. But over on the left is just an example of some of the maintenance and recreation items and duties and tasks and projects that we have to take into consideration at Shoreline. We also like to highlight that many of the systems at Shoreline must follow strict regulatory compliance guidelines. For instance, the landfill must comply with regulations set by Cal Recycle and overseen by the County of Santa Clara as the local enforcement agency for Shoreline. Due to Shoreline's unique location, any given project or maintenance activity may need to coordinate and follow the regulations of Cal Recycle, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, Valley Water, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, the Regional Water Board, BCDC, Division of Safety of Dams, or PG&E. So we have a lot of people that like Shoreline. John talked about monitoring. Two of the tasks that have not been occurring in the last 2 months were the weekly surveys and our project evaluations that are typically done by our wildlife preservation coordinator position. The weekly surveys are turned into monthly maps. And those are then provided to our maintenance staff and to contractors and to those that run the recreation facilities at Shoreline. And then for project evaluations, this is our process. We call them project evaluations or PEs. That's the city's process for having the biologists review areas before a project or a large maintenance task starts. So staff the work group that's going to be performing the project provides a write-up of what the project is, what equipment's going to be used, the access path, provides a map of the impact area. That is provided to the biologist along with a start date. The biologist will then go out and perform a biological survey and then we'll either approve or deny the project based on what's going on with the wildlife there. So if there is an active burrow in the middle of the work site, the project will be denied. If it is approved, then they provide avoidance or mitigation measures if necessary. They might have you go in and access the site from one direction because wildlife is located on the other side of the project. Or they might, for burrowing owls, they may require that we install artificial squirrel burrows before we start so that the squirrels can move if we have a lot of squirrels in the area. And so just wanted to highlight those two things. Those are the two things that we are very anxious to get the contract biologist on board that John talked about so that we can, all the projects that we put in hold, that we can hopefully get rolling on again in a organized and sequential manner. John also talked about the juvenile overwintering project, so I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but it's a countywide project managed by the Santa Clara Habitat Agency where owls are placed in enclosures where they mate and breed, and then their young are taken to an off-site facility to overwinter. Most owls, or the highest chance of morbidity for owls is when they're juveniles. And so by taking them off-site and putting them in a sanctuary, they're more likely to survive. They are also genetic testing of them. Inbreeding is a large issue with the shrunken burrowing owl population. And so they do genetic testing and then try to place the owls in different areas to increase genetic diversity to help with the owl population. And then the Western burrowing owl special status. So petition was submitted to California Fish and Game Commission to protect the Western burrowing owl under the California Endangered Species Act. The commission is, I believe, voting to designate the burrowing owl with candidate status at their October 10th meeting. Am I right on that still? All right. And so if approved, CDFW will take 12 to 18 months to do a full status review and bring a recommendation back to the commission on whether to change the status to endangered or threatened. And so we have been in contact with CDFW, as John had said. There was some staffing turnover, but we have a new regional biologist assigned to Shoreline who has been awesome and responsive and is working with us in preparation for what that might entail if the reaches candidate status and then if it reaches a different status after that. And so now the hard transition to the Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan. I don't have a good segue, unfortunately. Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan was actually the last time I was at PRC. So it was adopted by council on March 14th, 2023. The plan covers 5 umbrella species representing various habitats at Shoreline. As you can see, the top 4 on the screen are are habitats not covered in the Burrowing Owl Preservation Plan. Monarch butterflies is, but I will get to that at a later slide. And the reason that we created this plan, one of the main reasons is that 35 special status species have been found at Shoreline in recent years. And so these habitats cover all those. And we focus on the umbrella species really just as a way to better explain it. By benefiting and explaining how it benefits one species, it actually explains all the species to benefit in that habitat. And so these ones up here are not any more special than any of the other wildlife we have at Shoreline. It's just a way to present the information so that it's more digestible and people like me can understand it. So this is a map of the Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan. So this shows you the different habitats we have out there. As you can see, grassland, irrigated, non-irrigated is the majority. And then all of the other ones that are represented in the plan by the umbrella species are also located. And I wanted to highlight, as I mentioned earlier, we have the Charleston Retention Basin. Keep pointing with my hand. Charleston Retention Basin out here and the Egret Rookery as well. And so those are 2 important ecological spaces in the North Bay Shore that aren't in Shoreline, but that we still are responsible for as a city. So to kind of go over some of the projects that have been done out there to benefit the umbrella species in these habitats. I did want to preface that it is not our goal to do a project every year for every umbrella species. Some projects will range from multi-year, millions of dollars, planning, permitting, all of that. And then other projects we can do with volunteers. So this is really just an update on kind of what we've done in the last about year and a half. And then it also provides some of our maintenance operations that we've been doing, but that may not have been brought to the PRC before. So for the California Ridgeways Rail, the Tidal Marsh Mudflat Habitat, we are doing a volunteer project, as you can see in the Mountain View Tidal Marsh. It's in the upland area. We partnered with Grassroots Ecology and received a grant from Valley Water to perform this. It's a 4-year project, I believe, where each year we'll be going in and removing invasive plants, doing weed suppression, and then planting new native plants along the upland of the tidal marsh. So it's technically not in the tidal marsh, but when it rains and the tidal marsh fills, all those animals go up into the upland. And so this still benefits all of the wildlife that lives in the tidal marsh, including our California Ridgeways Rail. This is the black skimmer that is on the Sailing Lake Island. There are two things that I wanted to highlight with our island. One is our annual maintenance of it. So we maintain the island vegetation. There's also been some they're not planter boxes because they're not plants, but they're boards that we put up to create ledges that allow for flat nesting so that eggs don't roll off. So we maintain those annually. We will do spot repairs or vegetation management throughout the year as necessary. Like we had a very wet winter last winter, so there was more vegetation that required more times. And then the other part that we do is because the lake is one of our most high use recreation areas, we have a buoy system that is around the perimeter of the island by 100 feet out. And there is a lot of wonderful smelling growth that goes on those buoys from the salt water of the lake. And so the buoys and the ropes have to be maintained to ensure that they stay in place and that they are staying afloat in order to keep recreation users from trying to reach the island. The second item up there, the Sailing Lake Island Erosion Control Project. I'm not going to dive too deep into this. This will be coming back to the PRC later this year. But essentially, there is a capital improvement project on the books that is looking at a number of water control features in shoreline. One of them is the erosion of the Sailing Lake Island. And so study is being done and may have just been finished that looks at the erosion control and then possibilities for stopping erosion, what we can do about a more permanent barrier that doesn't require us to go out and relocate buoys all the time. And so that's being reviewed by staff and that'll come back to the PRC later this year. But we're excited about that. That's one of those bigger, badder permitting multi-year projects that I was talking about. So we have kind of our annual maintenance and then you have our bigger long-term ones, both represented with the island. The San Francisco Common Yellowthroat. This is the non-tidal freshwater habitat. So again, this is much more of just our maintenance that hasn't necessarily been brought to the PRC before. So this is the Charleston Slough in the upper left and then the Charleston Retention Basin in the bottom right of the map. The Charleston Slough, we survey quarterly, do a bird count. And then for the Charleston Retention Basin, that was managed by Google for 5 years up until 2023. And then ownership and maintenance responsibilities of that turned back over to the city in 2023. And so now our team out at Shoreline has absorbed those maintenance responsibilities to keep the trail clear and available for recreation use, but then also maintain the native plants and all the wildlife that live within that retention basin. And then whitetail kites and tree nesting habitat. So this is again one of those annual actions that we take as a city for this species. The egret rookery is located off of Shorebird Way. We conduct a survey every year at the beginning of nesting season. Usually staff will go down and check, and if they see signs of nesting, then we'll do a formal survey. In addition to getting a count of the birds, it also lets us know to close Shorebird Way to vehicle traffic in order to reduce the impacts of the nesting habitat down there on Shorebird Way. And then monarch butterfly and grassland habitat. So as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, grassland habitat is also the primary habitat of burrowing owls. However, when we brought the Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan to the PRC the first time, it was suggested by the public in the PRC that we include grassland habitat as one of the important habitats, not just let it be addressed in the Burrowing Owl Preservation Plan. And it was recommended that we include a species of an umbrella species that was not a bird species. And so we added in the monarch butterfly and grassland habitat to the Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan. For the monarch specifically, the city's mayor has signed on to the National Wildlife Federation's Mayor's Monarch Pledge for the last 3 years and is currently signed on to that pledge this year. And in 2024, earlier this year, the city completed a 3-phase pollinator habitat enhancement project at 2 locations that was funded by Google and implemented by a host of very dedicated, very, very talented volunteers that have a green thumb I can only dream of. And so, and then our staff installed irrigation at those sites. And so usually we always get asked, where is the monarch butterfly pollinator habitat locations? And we actually specifically don't advertise that. Out at Shoreline, we walk a very delicate balance between human disturbance and humans enjoying nature. And when we first entered into the funding agreement with Google and started this project, we advertised one of the locations and had multiple families walking across our golf course, nearly getting hit by golf balls. So we try not to advertise too many of our locations that aren't readily accessible to the public so that we don't have them wandering off into either important habitat or recreation areas that might not be safe. And then with that, city staff will continue the important work outlined in the Burrowing Owl Preservation Plan and Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan. As John stated, we're very excited to be moving forward with our contract biologists during this interim period. Temporary period that we are awaiting the results. And the city is grateful for the partnership of many agencies and community members who work with us to protect the burrowing owls and the wildlife at Shoreline. And so these are some of our heavy hitters out there at Shoreline. This is not all of them, but Santa Clara Valley Bird Alliance, Santa Clara Valley Habitat Agency, Grassroots Ecology, CDFW, USFW, and then all of our volunteer groups. We have some very dedicated volunteer groups that come out on the regular and know certain areas of Shoreline better than I do with the work they do out there. So we're very fortunate to have them. And that concludes my presentation.
Great, thank you. I think I'll just take a moment to go over our ground rules and the process. So first, our next item will be commissioner questions. So commissioners, if you have a comment, could you wait until we get to the comments after the public comment period. After commissioner questions, we will do public comment on this item. And I'm thinking in the interest of time and so that everyone has an opportunity to speak, that we should go with a 2-minute time limit for each speaker. So if you could manage that for us, please, Allison. And just encourage the public commenters, if you've heard someone else give a comment that you wanted to make, if you could just sort of second what they said and summarize it quickly. And that way you'll be able to say your other things. And further, if there's groups of people that sort of have a coordinated message, one way you can deal with the time limit is to segment it up and sequentially present. So I have 3 cards. If there's anyone else that would like to speak to this item, I encourage you to fill out a blue card. And you can bring it up to me. So we will start with Julianne Wang. She was first with a card. Thank you.
Oh, and I have the slide.
Oh, I'm sorry. Shoot. I confused myself. We'll let the commissioners ask some questions first and then we'll go forth. Thank you. Shall we start on
I
your?
don't have any questions.
Julia?
No questions. Good, I have the first question.
Okay.
Nice. What are my questions? What are the implications for the candidate status ruling in terms of operations for your staff?
We're still figuring that out. My basic understanding, and I just sent probably short essay of questions to our California Fish and Wildlife representative asking. It increases our buffer zone around active burrows and evidence of burrows. It increases the historic burrows, how long they're historic, what we're allowed to do with the ground around them. And so it will have most likely the heaviest impact on our landfill operations in terms of maintenance projects. And then I am figuring out what in the heck it means for our golf course. And if we have an owl move on the golf course, are we in full shutdown or what does that entail? And so a lot of questions, and I don't want to misspeak until I got the firm answers on that, but that's what we're working with California Fish and Wildlife to determine.
How many other species in shoreline have specific management plans?
The burn owl is the only one that is species specific. And then the shoreline wildlife management plan establishes guidelines around habitat more than species specific. So there's recommendations for each one, but California Department of Fish and Wildlife, US Fish and Wildlife, depending on the species and the status of it, has guidelines that you have to follow. And so depending on what species is found during a nesting survey, we would refer to them and follow their guidelines for what the buffer zone is. The whitetail kite that we referenced has a 1/2 mile buffer zone. So when that has previously nested at shoreline, it has created some very interesting situations for maintenance. Yeah, usually the shoreline wildlife management plan really focuses on the habitat. And then the burn owl preservation plan was really to help the city with compliance and provide clarity. We met with a biologist firm and asked them about, kind of what are the burn owl protocols, and they were like, we actually think your plan was updated more recently than the last California Fish and Wildlife one. So we're really working off of that just to provide guidance for the burrowing owls, and because they're the land uses at shoreline work together just well enough for us to be able to have them all. So one of the reasons that the burrowing owl and the preserve areas are over these landfill areas is because in order to do monitoring and maintain the landfill and the cap, we want vegetation, but we want short vegetation, which is also what we want for the burrowing owls. And so it's really making all of these different uses work together. But the burrowing owl is the only one that we have a dedicated plan for. Shoreline wildlife management plan is more of a habitat focused plan. And then as other species are found, we follow the guidelines of US Fish and Wildlife or California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Yeah, and Mountain View is waiting to resolve its full-time staff biologist position. How many biologists does Sunnyvale have?
I do not know if they have any. I don't know.
How many does Palo Alto?
I
Do
don't
any of the
know.
surrounding communities have anything commensurate to Mountain View's commitment to on-staff biologists?
Not that I'm aware of. Yeah.
Two more quick ones. There's a universe of agencies that looks like are involved in this. Some have jurisdictional authority over you or guys that you have to comply with. Some are volunteer groups. How many agencies do you have like specific agreements with, written agreements with?
In terms of ongoing, usually the plans that we have, so like our burrowing owl preservation plan is usually what California Fish and Wildlife will refer to with us. Yes, our post-closure maintenance plan is kind of what LEA will default to, the local enforcement agency will default to with our landfill group. In terms of these other agencies, usually it's on a project by project basis. So we don't have just ongoing carte blanche agreements with them. It'll be more specific to a specific area that they happen to oversee or have jurisdictional boundaries with.
I've got more, but I'll look up. Maybe one last one. Could you speak to the magnitude of volunteer participation? How many volunteers, specifically with regard to the burrowing owl? Do we have a army of tens or hundreds or?
As of now, it's armies of tens. But they are very dedicated, and we grassroots ecology, and through that partnership, they actually organize the volunteers, and they're able to dedicate more staff to their volunteer projects. So they have bigger groups than we do. We usually try to keep our volunteer groups to 15 or less, mostly because we're working in sensitive habitat. So we don't want to have, 30 people out running around, even with the best intentions. And we have ones that come out every month. And then with grassroots ecology comes out every month. I believe I have the number here and I can look it up, but I think we have 6 volunteer projects in the next month, 2 of which are on Stevens Creek Trail, but the other 4 are within Shoreline. It's armies of tens, but they're dedicated. But I do think that we could expand that given staff resources and everything.
And they all work under the guidance of the staff biologist, or do they work under guidance from someone who's?
They have been working under the guide, well, depending on the location, they've been working under the guidance of the staff biologist. Over the last 2 months, we took a pause with volunteer projects in July, but we fired them back up in August, and they've been under the guidance of our shoreline supervisor. We've had our rangers lead volunteer projects in North Shore. We have park maintenance workers that will lead volunteer projects on our trails. And so it just depends on the staff and on the location and on the sensitivity.
Well, would you like to go next, Commissioner Bryan?
Yes, thank you. So, we had more than one staff biologist, didn't we? So one was staff and the other one was part-time or?
Correct. So one is a full-time biologist and then the other is a part-time biologist. And unfortunately, the timing of the one going out on leave and then the other one left the organization right around the same time, and both were very unexpected.
So I'm wondering about the contract person, which I guess you see as temporary. But we're going from like 1.5 to contract. How many hours will the contract person be there?
To start, we expect a lot. We're hoping that since we're out of nesting season, we will eventually to start first few weeks, it'll probably be a lot as we have a lot of backlog, we have a lot of catch up. But right now we're planning on 2 days a week, 1 day for monitoring, 1 day for project evaluations. And then we'll assess that and see what we need for additional support. And if we need to go to more, we're building, that's built into the agreement. So for that flexibility.
So at this point, you're, and I don't know how relevant it is, but where's the money coming from? Is there like a special emergency lack of staff fund or?
So we did have to look at our budget, and we do have some salary savings from other positions that are not filled that we're able to utilize for the time being. We have, as we've been speaking with our partner agencies, we've actually been asking if they know of other biologists that might be able to fill the part-time biologist position as well. And so we've put that out there to see if there is someone else that we could bring on even as a part-time city staff person to fill some of those hours as well.
I'm wondering, so going from like 1.5 to 2 days a week, obviously it's a huge gap. Would you be able to have someone on board for more than 2 days a week, just to make sure that the programs actually restart, even pending a dedicated staff position?
Yeah, I mean, it's all being assessed right now. There are certain core services that we want to make sure that we can have done that need to be done by biologists, such as the project evaluations and the monitoring. Like I said, with the volunteer groups, having other staff lead those frees up that time. And so we're really looking at kind of the program holistically and how we can make some efficiencies with it. And then, yeah, if we need to add resources, we're going to. We're not going to sacrifice the care that's needed out there in any way.
We're having a kickoff meeting tomorrow and being able to really have a good discussion with that contract team and then be able to come up with a schedule thereafter. But that's what we were thinking initially, but through discussions, we'll have to figure out what is truly feasible and what that need is.
Thanks. Those were my questions.
Do you have any questions?
Might have been asked already. Thank you.
Okay, great. Now we get to move on to the public comment period. And so we will start with the in-person commenters and then close with the virtual commenters. And this is a further reminder, please direct any questions that you have to the commission, and then we will make sure those are answered through our comment period rather than direct your questions to staff who will not be able to answer those during the comments. So that's all clear. And I will call again. Thank you for your patience on Juliana Wang.
Thank you. Good evening. Can I have the slide, please? Good evening, Chair Somber and Commission members. I'm Julian Wang with Santa Clara Borderline, Valley Borderline. I'm a resident in Mountain View and cared about borrowing house very much. Next slide, please. So borrowing owls live in ground squirrel burrows or artificial burrows. They are very as small as a water bottle, as you can see. They are adorable. Unfortunately, they are at risk of extinction in the Bay Area and most of California. Now they're only doing well with the support from conservation programs. Next slide, please. So borrowing owls populations have been declining for a long time. And Mountain View came to the rescue. Next slide. In 2012, the city adopted a borrowing owl preservation plan to enhance protection efforts. Since 2014, the city has been working in synergy with conservation programs of the Santa Clara Valley Habitat Agency. Next slide. Mountain View is critical to the survival of borrowing owls. In 2023, there are only 51 adult borrowing owls and only 21 successful breeding pairs in the South Bay area. Of these, 17 adult owls, which is 1/3 of the populations, and only five successful pairs were at shoreline. This summer, the borrowing owl preservation plan and the shoreline wildlife management plan was paused. I'm glad to hear that it will start again. Mountain View once led the way in protecting borrowing owls, and I hope Mountain View can stand up as a leader again. Thank you.
Thank you. Great, thanks. So next we have Tracy Farran. Is that correctly? Okay.
I just have some comments, basically, and some questions. I did talk at the city council meeting very last time, but the time before that. So I'm not going to repeat that. But I am a Mountain View resident over 23 years, and I do work twice a month at the burrowing owl habitat itself, as well as at the Cuesta Park pollinator garden. And we've worked with the biologists there. I have to say, the staff that's come out, they've been really nice. But it's not the same, I'm sorry. It's not the same as working with the biologists. They don't understand which plants should be pulled, which plants shouldn't. I have like 2 years of native plant knowledge. That's not a biologist. I am a biologist, but that's not my specialty. And I'm really disappointed to hear about the decrease in our biologists that is planned. So also we keep getting less activities. You did make it up for the 1 month, but like in October, we only so far have one scheduled event. So let's see. The other things I just wanted to kind of say, besides being disappointed about that, well, it's a delicate balance, as Brady said, and you're having to balance. You're putting a biologist in a really difficult position because their bosses are trying to get other work done. And I think really need to be thinking about that. And, we're going to have some contractor in. Are they going to stand up for the owls? I would like to have you assure protections for them. I'd like to be able to have my grandchildren's children see it. My daughter's grown up with, my grandchild's been out there. We've done terrific work. I think we need to continue it. And part of what's made it terrific and why Mountain View is different is because we've had the full-time, the half or whatever, biologist. So
Wrap up.
Yes, I just wanted to say one last thing is that, there's been a degradation of the habitat just in these last 2 months. The brush, grass, whatever, is tall. The burrowing owls are supposed to have it, between like 3 and 5 inches tall. So then what happens is there's predators out there. We've actually seen them all the last times we've been out there. The predators are there, foxes / coyotes, and as well as scat in the area, which never saw that before when the biologists were there because people were there regularly. So that's important. Maybe we won't have them if we're not careful here. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for all your work.
All right, the next part I have, just the name Gail.
Thank you for your service and hard work. I don't
Say
believe,
your full name for us,
oh,
please, Gail?
Gail Stevens,
Thanks.
volunteer, native plant volunteer. At the Burrowing Owl Habitat. I don't believe that the only wildlife biologists at the city of Mountain View, both during the best year for burrowing owls that helped grow the largest population of burrowing owls in Santa Clara County through implementation and successful implementation of the Burrowing Owl Preservation Plan. I don't believe they both walked away during breeding season and abandoned their care of wild owls in predator protection enclosures, raising their chicks. They wouldn't just walk away at the same time willingly. I don't believe that. I believe these biologists were ejected, and the public has a right to know the facts of what has happened. How many dollars of taxpayer money are being spent on this, and we will continue to seek the facts. My 1 minute left. The owls were fed, but they weren't fed enough. And let's all think about wild owls with sharp beaks and claws and what happens if they're hungry, left for weeks, not days, in cages. And this act of animal cruelty demonstrates why a full-time biologist is needed to dynamically respond in the moment or to any situation, and a part-time consultant occasionally there cannot fulfill this task. And Phil Higgins is the one person that can explain all of the implications to endangered species listing, to the Department of Public Works landfill operations, and to all of community services employees. And without his involvement and Ryan Phillips' involvement, the city's taking a big risk with these federal protections coming. Thank you.
Thank you. The next card I have says Vicky from Sunnyvale. I don't see a last name, so.
Concerned citizen. Gail, very well said. I read everything she said. Couple of comments. So as far as miscommunication or not good communication, however it was presented, the biologists were put on leave in early July. The Habitat Agency retrieved the owls from the enclosure on August 10th. So in that interim of weeks and weeks, there was no qualified biologist. And when was the Habitat Agency notified so that they could come retrieve the owls? That was never said. It was said it was completed on the 10th, but not when were they notified so they could come do it. I do not believe the Habitat Agency would have left it for weeks had they known. The other thing is all of your projects, not just the burrowing owl, but even these that I wasn't aware of, are now not under a qualified biologist. What is that doing to all of your projects? Why wasn't a qualified biologist set up to take this over? Why are you reacting now? And what is the name of the contractor you're going to be using? There's a lot of reputable ones. There's a lot of non-reputable ones. How much experience is this contract biologist going to have? You have a biologist on leave who has 18 years of experience, specifically with the owls and specifically with other projects within Shoreline. Those are my questions. Thank you very much for listening.
The final card that I have is Jim Zaworski.
I had a card there somewhere. Maybe I put the wrong one.
I have it.
Oh, okay, so.
Shawnee go.
No, I could go.
Oh, very good, thank
I'm just gonna have a couple short comments in that my love for the burrowing owl comes from working at Shoreline 26 out of 29 years within a mile or half a mile sometimes of shoreline. During that time, I would run and then often take my kids and two baby joggers through the Baylands at times where the headquarters, which is now Google, was a pumpkin farm. I can tell you for certain that there were 5 burrowing owl nests on the area that's now the Google private field. The city was not always good to the burrowing owl. The city allowed things like a developer to rototill a large field where there were several nests. It wasn't the city's fault that foxes invaded the Baylands, but they did. And then when Shoreline was built, and this is in the early 90s, denizens of the Grateful Dead would park their Volkswagens on top of burrowing owl nests in between concerts. So for a long time, the burrowing owls was under attack. And when we put up the slides and we saw the habitat has shrunk greatly. The habitat is now very, very small compared to what it used to be as early as the early 80s. So I commend the work that the city's done. I hear the problems. I'm not familiar with them like other people in this room are, but at the same time, when I look at the 20 things that we have in Mountain View that make this a special city, maybe the burrowing owl is not in the top 5. Maybe it's not downtown or the weather or the diversity or the restaurants, but it's in the top 20. It's a gem. And we don't want it to go the way of the milk pail or the farm stand by Covington and Grant. So please do what you can. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks. So Shawnee Kleinhaus, hired over there. Allison, are there any others that you have? Okay.
Good evening. My name is Shani Kleinhaus. I'm the environmental advocate for the Santa Clara Valley Bird Alliance, used to be Audubon until recently. And I have worked with staff even before most of the people that are staff are there now were there, JP and before. And really worked with some of the city council members as well to create those plans, to create the burrowing owl preservation plan, because people really cared always. And I remember sitting here with 30 or 40 people asking for that plan and for a full-time biologist, which the city actually had a great interest in. Ryan told me, oh, you're birthing to an open door, come and talk to us. So that happened, but the gap and so the main things about the success, why the city has been so successful. One is it has a wonderful plan, the burrowing owl preservation plan, which has adaptive management, which means that if you know, you try something, you check if it works or not. And the biologist that was working here was an excellent biologist that could mesh all these different responsibilities and make sure that there is learning. For example, mowing around a burrow. If you just go and mow a circle around a burrow, that tells the hawk there's something in the middle, come here and eat it. So you have to mow in a different way. And those things are not necessarily captured in writing. And I don't know how all of that will be transferred to the new biologist, but it should be. The other part is the collaboration that was synergistic with the Habitat Agency. Without the juvenile overwintering program, the burrowing owls would not have been successful. The work of the Habitat Agency or the biologists with the Habitat Agency and with the city in collaboration and synergy, that would help the burrowing owl population remain. And in the entire state, the only places the burrowing owl populations are increasing is where active management, like what was done here with the Habitat Agency in the city, is actually implemented, which are only Santa Clara County and San Diego County. Everywhere else, the owls are disappearing, and that's why next month they're going to probably be listed as endangered. So I think that, like listening, and thank you for talking to me about it earlier, Director Marchant. I think you need to start with 5 days a week and go down if that's not needed. Because there will be a lot of landfill operations that need to be done quickly. There'll be a lot of projects you'll need evaluations quickly. And meanwhile, all the other stuff also needs to be done. And the egrets are almost done. When are you going to open the road? I can tell you, and I mean, fine, I don't mind doing that. But really, you need to have a biologist full-time now. And I don't know that you can find somebody with the same, I wouldn't even call it qualification. There was a certain level of love that put the owls above all else. That was the most important thing to the people that have been left or on leave. And so I don't know how, there are a lot of qualified consultants, but you need the heart too. And let us know if we can help with something. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present in the room that would like to comment on this item 5.1 that I could get card? All right then, thank you. So let's now turn to the online participants. So if you're interested in speaking on this item, please raise your hand. So yes, you're wrong. Great, you're wrong.
Hi, commission members. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Siu, a local birder who enjoys observing the diverse bird life at Shoreline Park, and I'm concerned about the recent issues with our burrowing owl conservation efforts. So, as talked before, since mid-July, the absence of biologists has led to mismanagement of the juvenile burrowing owl overwintering program. Many local bird enthusiasts share my concern. The potential replacement of the full-time biologist with consulting service is troubling. A full-time dedicated expert is crucial for the consistent and the knowledgeable care of these vulnerable species. This is crucial for the owls and the broader ecosystem. Thank you for the leadership over the past years and for considering these concerns. I look forward to hearing how the City Council plans to address these issues and ensure the protection of our local life. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other commenters online?
We have 4 more.
4 more, okay. So leave them up for us.
Yep. So next we have Bruce England.
Thank you. Hi, Bruce.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, everybody. I have a very short comment here. I appreciate all staff efforts around support for the plans, and yet I am concerned, as are other members of the community, as you know, about the current gaps in coverage, including having a qualified full-time biologist engaged who has love for the work, as Shawnee said, with regularly scheduled active management in place, and which I urge staff to resolve as quickly as possible during this critical time, as pointed out by Audubon and other stakeholder organizations. I know you're working hard on this, but I just wanted to express as a member of the community how strongly some of us feel about this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Celia Paymer.
Hi, Celia.
Hi. Thank you for having me back. So I don't know how many of you attended the city council meeting last night. I went. I was there till almost 1 a.m. And in watching it, I found some things interesting in analogy to what we're hearing today. And this situation. So for one thing, Dawn's retirement celebration took over 30 minutes and included comments made by people saying her work and expertise made a difference in the city, that her work was invaluable and will be challenging to replicate. And I know, and we all know, that this is very true. What this tells me is the city knows that people matter. We've been told that we're being too precious around a single person when we're upset about Phil vanishing without any communication about the situation. But people who are good at what they do and who have built strong relationships with the community are too valuable to not be retained, at least until they choose to retire, as Dawn did. Another thing I heard at the meeting last night was staff lamenting for, it felt like hours, about the limited contributions that contractors are able to make. They didn't care if a very large, rich company wanted to give them money to hire contractors. They said that contractors often take so much work to bring up to speed that they sometimes reduce work output instead of increasing project completion. Knowing that this is common knowledge among our city staff, I am disappointed that now we are trying to claim that a contractor will serve as an adequate mitigation measure. Thank you for acknowledging the action of putting the biologist on leave has created mistrust. I really hope we can work to rectify this situation by hiring people that are experts, that build relationships, and that stay a long time in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Aisha.
Hi, Aisha.
Hi, I'm Aisha. Hey, so I run the Guardian Project, which is one of the volunteer groups. And I don't know about the others, but we do have 200 unique volunteers, which is quite substantial. So I do want to call that out. The two questions that I have are, can we get one of our monthly events on a weekend? This is something I've been asking for quite a while. And when Phil was aboard, he would say it's Brady is the reason that we cannot get this. But then, Brady, weren't you just talking about how kids were getting hit by golf balls by trying to cross the golf course because they just want to see butterflies? It seems like a pretty easy fit to get a weekend event so that these kids can then see these butterflies. But I know that we can't do that without having a resident biologist on board. So we're kind of in a pickle here. I don't know, again, I don't want to regurgitate whatever else is saying about contractors not being sufficient. I can't see it, but I'm willing to get creative. The other question I have is, can we get a reliable monthly owl count that is communicated publicly, especially with me, so that I can communicate it to the volunteers and the donors, as this is like the one metric that we all care about. And looking at your presentation, there's drastic differences between the numbers Phil would give me and the numbers that are on this chart. For example, in May of this year, Phil told me there was about 21 owls, and on the chart says 41, which is almost double. And the biggest year that we had owls was during the pandemic, which, if you guys know, a lot of wildlife was coming back during that time because people were laying low. I was told very explicitly 51 owls over and over and over again. I even have Phil on record saying that, but here it says that there's only 38 owls. So what is going on with these owl numbers? Can we please get just a consistent count so that we know if we are doing well for the owls? And other than that, cuckoo.
Thank you, Aisha. All right, was that raised hands? Two more? Okay.
We have Dashel Leeds.
Hi, Dashel.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Dasha Leeds. I'm the conservation coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. We'd like to thank the city for acknowledging that something went wrong here and for looking to correct this urgently. The gaps in care and in long-term data collection are definitely concerning to us. We'd like to support Shanice and Julianne's comments from the Santa Clara Valley Bird Alliance, and would like to thank the dedicated community members and volunteers who have supported these owls. We'd like to reiterate the importance of a dedicated full-time biologist who loves the owls, who builds relationships with the community, and who can collaborate with the Habitat Agency and Fish and Wildlife to ensure active management. We hope the city keeps transparency and communication open and ensures the continued implementation of the Burrowing Owl Preservation Plan and Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
And we have Margaret.
Hi, Margaret.
Hi. Okay, my name is Margaret Heinbaum. And first, I just want to thank the Mountain View City Council for its leadership in the past, as so far in burrowing owl conservation. I just want to tell my story about how I fell in love with the burrowing owls. And it wasn't at Shoreline, it was at the Coleman entrance to the San Jose airport, right next to a little parking lot where you could watch the airplanes take off and land. And I was thrilled when I found the owls there, and they were so adorable. And I was impressed that they were actually able to eke out a living in such a place. That parking lot is gone, and so are the owls. I do not want to see that happen in Mountain View. We have so few burrowing owls left in the Bay Area, and that's why the Mountain View Burrowing Owl Preservation Plan is critical to saving the owls from local extinction. My opinion is that the Burrowing Owl Preservation Plan really must be implemented under the supervision of a full-time biologist who has the expertise and also the state and federal permits necessary to work with and handle burrowing owls. Not a consultant or a consulting service, but a biologist who's qualified to conduct the monitoring, to complete project evaluations, and to ensure that owls are not harmed in any way. Mountain View might be the only city in the Bay Area that has a dedicated biologist and species-specific protection plan, and that's something to be proud of. It shows commitment and leadership. I also want to mention that I strongly support the petition that was sent to the California Fish and Game Commission that urges the protection of western burrowing owls in the Bay Area, as well as other parts of California, under the state's Endangered Species Act. This is what we need, and we need Mountain View to continue to take the lead on burrowing owl conservation. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes.
All right, so there are no other speakers online or in person. So we will move on to commissioner comments. So Commissioner Mitchner, how would you like to start that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any strong comments. I just want to, thank staff for the update and for the recognition that that there was a gap and that we hopefully learned from some things. And I also want to thank tonight's speakers for sharing their concerns. I guess the one question I have, and maybe it was covered, but I just missed it. What is the long-term headcount plan for biologists in the city? I know that there's temporary, there was a lot of discussion about what's happening in the short term and temporary. What is the long term? Is it still 1.5 or is it, what is that?
Correct. 1.5.
That's all.
Commissioner Bryant.
Yes, thank you. So thank you to staff for the presentation. Thank you for all the people who came to give us input. So we have a kind of glorious history with the boring owls. Staff has done a great job, and we have prided ourselves as a city on protecting them. All our 50th anniversary of Shoreline had boring owls all over it. And so what happened this summer is just really surprising, very disappointing. I know that staff is working hard to bring back 1.5 full-time biologists. Hopefully Phil, and if not Phil, someone to come close to his expertise, his knowledge, and his love. And then I appreciate staff being open about the fact that things were not as they should have been for a few months. That's a great step towards rebuilding the trust and the good relationships we have had for so many years. But 2 days a week consultant biologist, that's just not good enough. If we are saying we were good, then we're bad, and now we're going back to being good again, and to working on this common goal that we have, the city and staff and the residents, having a two days a week consultant to count the owls and do the minimum, that's not the direction of building trust. That's the direction of saying we have to do this. It's the minimum. I'm being blunt, and I'm not being nice and fuzzy, but 2 days a week isn't enough. So you have to find the money to have someone in place to do the full work that Phil and I forget his name, Ryan would have done. And hopefully, as quickly as possible, get someone to be there, a full-time 1.5 biologist. But before that, it has to be a real effort, and that cannot be done for two days a week. So I hope you look at that and reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bryant. Commissioner Davis, comments?
A lot to add to my fellow commissioners. I think the objectives of this evening's discussion have been achieved. clearly the owls are an amazing resource for Mountain View. They're revered, as sounds as much as the biologist is revered. Clearly there's concern about conservation efforts. There's been maybe erosion of trust. But I hear a city commitment. I don't know what the right level of biologist staffing is. I don't have that expertise, but I'm assured that we have a dedicated group of community activists that will tell us if things aren't right. So I think as a commissioner, I think the headline for me is keep an eye on this. Let's make sure that we're living up to the commitments that we've made. I applaud the many activists. I really applaud the city for what I think is a unprecedented level of commitment to the burrowing owls, one that's been slightly tarnished by what I think is one of those quirky staffing issues that I can't see into the black box. None of us can, probably unavoidable. So I trust the city will make it right. And we'll keep an eye on it.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Helios?
My colleagues have said a lot of what I'd like to say, but I'd just like to add a few things. First of all, staff, thank you for the comprehensive report tonight. As Commissioner Davis said, of bringing us up to speed in what has happened, and hopefully we're moving in the right direction. And I'd like to especially thank the members of the public for stepping forward and speaking tonight. It's good to hear from you. Certainly your concerns, and those of you that volunteer, God love you. I thank you for all that you do out there to add to something that's very special that Mountain View does, and like no other cities in our area. The communication regarding the numbers, certainly we want to try to keep that accurate as if it isn't accurate, but I want to thank you that we get those, or it's on the city website every month in the monthly report where we see the numbers and have for years. And so that's, and as you know, we usually ask when we see the numbers are down, hey, what's the scoop, type of thing. So thank you for those, and hopefully we can get those ironed out too if there's some discrepancies with regards to numbers. Do they all stand at attention when we count them?
I wish.
And then finally, I want to say just proud of the efforts the city and the citizens and volunteers have taken to have these plans in place, and look forward to us moving forward in a positive direction.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Helios. Well, I don't think I can improve upon what my colleagues have said. I truly thank everyone for this opportunity tonight, for staff for the presentation, and for the members of the community who expressed their concerns and thoughts. I totally appreciate all of those. I think it's unfortunate that we got into this position, and I think the city is making a good commitment to move forward and improve matters. It just goes to show that not only do you need one contingency plan, you actually need two contingency plans for something as important as the burrowing owl. I do continue also to be concerned about, just how this important commitment is staffed, but I also am confident that the city can take care of that. From my years in working in a public agency, I do know that administrative leave is reserved for major personnel matters, and so knowing more about that, it's really privacy concern of the employee, and I don't believe that the commission needs any further information about it. But hopefully we can continue to get your updates as things go forward. This is a regular item in the monthly updates, so hopefully we'll consider to continue to see those come to us.
So we can come back next month and get another update.
Well, there's the monthly update that is posted on the web prior to all of our commission meetings that typically includes the information on the burrowing owl situation out at Shoreline.
And if we have more questions, then that answers.
And of course, any any of the city's public bodies, including the Parks and Rec Commission, have this item for oral communications from the public on their agenda, even if it's not an agendized item, you could come and raise a topic and you would not be able to get a response at that time, but it might trigger the commission or council or board to ask questions and have staff provide more information.
Thank you for that information.
I think we are ready to move on to the next presentation, which is the biodiversity and urban forest plan update. And for that, we have Community Services Director, Sylvia.
Yes, I need to bring in SFEI, I need to use the restroom, and I need to plug my computer.
I gotta get out of the way.
Yeah, so we're gonna, little transition here.
A 3-minute recess, a 5-minute recess?
About 5 minutes, yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
So recess till 8:37.
That's
Nice.
right. Of course.
Never looked at it again.
So I volunteer. I want to come up. It's sort of.
So, great question. Give me 1 second to get on the outside and then I'll talk to you.
You don't have to deal with it now. It's been a while since
John.
I've started.
Yeah, it just needed to be used for something.
Bio breaking.
I'll email you the link.
Sorry for the delay.
Yeah, I'm paying attention, and I'm also making connections, right? Is that right?
Ask my laptop or what's the?
Yeah, right here.
One every month.
So that works for.
We don't want such a thing.
All the way down that. And so. You get the newsletter, go that route, but if you sign up on service.
That's probably not, for various reasons, committed instead of.
They are dedicated, and they're great. They even.
I didn't realize that. It's like community center.
Remember.
There we go.
Thank you. That's interesting.
Hybrid meeting.
Yeah, I'd like to better understand this. Entities that are involved.
This is,
I know.
you know, use these sideways
What is
mounts.
this?
Yeah, so if you wanted to control this tab or.
60, 70.
Up any chance go. And also just click.
Do you happen to watch the council meeting last night or do you?
Oh, okay, okay. I remember you were the last.
I have.
Anyway.
No, I always see out there.
What I learned.
So I figured you would ask some questions. I was like, you got a little background knowledge. So I might have prepped you too much for the thing. I got a little worried, so. All right, guys.
Our assistant city manager.
Yes.
Okay, we've learned our lesson. We have a stronger.
Oh,
okay, gotcha.
Well, still it's not gonna be.
The development, which is.
As long as they don't.
Say what you.
Well, are you?
Oh,
No,
maybe.
no, I'm not, but.
It's a non-trivial.
Is it good?
Oh, there you go.
Meaning, right, and it's the first time we will have.
Maybe I'll just use this. Yeah, and then listen to this. You can, yeah.
Good to see you.
Be awesome.
So that was.
I mean, I'm rough.
Thank you. I know, but.
Okay, I'm going.
And we're now moving on to new item 5.2, biodiversity and urban forest plan update.
Yes. Good evening. I am Brenda Sylvia. I am the Assistant Director of Community Services for the City of Mountain View. And on behalf of the city, I'd like to thank our Parks and Recreation Commissioners and the community for the time and interest in the Biodiversity and Urban Forest Plan project. Real quick overview, the general goals and objectives of the Biodiversity and Urban Forest Plan are to establish landscaping and tree planting guidelines for public and private property, to outline a blueprint and reporting process for preserving and increasing tree canopy, and to identify opportunities and strategies to enhance and manage wildlife and habitat through partnerships, education, and stewardship. We talked a lot about that already tonight. The recommendations and implementation of the plan will inform and influence a number of other city plans, projects, and policies, including the Parks and Rec Strategic Plan, the Active Transportation Plan, the Climate Action Plan, Heritage Tree Ordinance, Landscaping Ordinance, Lighting Ordinance, and Capital Improvement Program and other projects. Because of this, we put together a city project team with key staff from multiple departments and divisions, including Parks, Forestry, Planning and Development, Active Transportation, Public Works, and Sustainability. The city projects team is dedicated to providing input, support, and content review for the Biodiversity and Urban Forest Plan. The city hired San Francisco Estuary Institute, referred to as SFEI, to develop the plan. SFEI has demonstrated expertise with biodiversity on a local, national, and global level. They also have a long history of working with agencies to provide science-based research and environmental sciences. So it is my pleasure to introduce our SFEI partners, Sasha Heath and Lauren Stoneburner, and I will let them take it away.
Great. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you, commissioners and community members for inviting us to speak and allowing us to have your time. Yes, my name is Sasha Heath. I'm a senior ecological scientist with SFEI and colleague Lauren. And we'll be sharing updates on the development of the biodiversity strategy and urban forest plan with you this evening. We already went through the introductions, but just in short, SFEI is a nonprofit environmental science research group. We'll be developing the plan with the city. We're contracting with Davie Resources Group to advise work related to the urban forest component of the plan. We've been working mostly with the City Community Services Department, but as Brenda says, we're working with a host of other departments, including Active Transportation, Parks, Forestry, Planning and Development, and Sustainability, to help us review and sort of workshop different parts of the plan. It's been a while since we've spoke with the commission, so our agenda for this evening will be to give project overview and timeline, where we're going, where we've been. Lauren's going to highlight some of the recent analyses that we've done, including existing conditions and some results with our engagement work, which we're about halfway through. And then I'll finish up with some next steps for the project. So overview and timeline. Overview, what is the Mountain View Biodiversity and Urban Forest Plan? For those of you that might not have been to one of these talks before or been to one of our workshops. It's a set of vision, goals, and objectives based on science and community priorities to improve biodiversity in the urban forest for increased access to, enjoyment of, and benefits from nature. And the plan is not only being developed by science telling us what is needed, but also by the community to tell us what you need and what you want, and by the city in terms of what's feasible. So we really see this Venn diagram, which are always fun to explain something with, where we have science, the community, and the city all trying to hit that sweet spot in the middle to create this plan. And we just wanted to lay the groundwork with a few definitions first, just to make sure we're all on the same page of how we're defining some of these elements in the plan. So biodiversity, we're talking about the diversity of all living things in an ecosystem. This includes mammals, pollinators, plants and birds, microbes, fungi, all kinds of things. When we talk about an urban forest, we're talking about the entire population of trees in an urban area, including both the built up and the vegetated areas. So the entire community of trees in a city. And then a few other definitions that we'll be using throughout this whole process. California native species are all organisms, including plants and animals, that have evolved in and are adapted to California's physical and biological conditions. We're going to be talking about climate adapted and regionally appropriate species, which are organisms that may not be native to California, but they are not invasive. And they can tolerate the region's climate, soils, and other environmental characteristics that they might be experiencing. So sometimes we add those to our planting palette recommendations. We'll speak a lot about resilience, which is the ability of something to continue to provide desired functions over time, even when forced with disturbances and stressors. We're faced with disturbances and stressors. So get us on the same page. And this is just a very conceptual diagram that's not meant to represent all the species that may or may not be in Mountain View, but just to give across the idea of what we're expecting when bringing biodiversity into an urban environment. Of course, look on iNaturalist, Mountain View has over 1,900 species that people have viewed here, but in a typical urban environment, we have species that are adapted to the they're less sensitive and more adapted to the urban environment. So these are things like crows and raccoons and rats and pigeons on the left side of the graph here. And we might have ornamental plants that don't really function for pollination as much, and maybe mostly hardened surfaces. And what we're aiming for when we want to increase biodiversity in an urban environment is to diversify that group of species. So it's not going to get rid of crows and raccoons and rats and pigeons, but it's going to, hopefully, we will support a broader group of species, including caterpillars and butterflies and moths and dragonflies and different pollinators and that sort of thing, and native plants. So the idea is we're not going to, just be increasing these 5 animals on the left side that tend to be more common in urban areas, but increasing a whole host of different species, hopefully. So the project process and timeline, we've been working on this since early 2024, this version of it. And so far we've gone through reviewing policies and precedents of all the various planning documents. That's going to continue through the project as different documents come to our attention. We're in the middle, or just at the end of assessing the existing conditions, opportunities, and constraints, which Lauren is going to demonstrate some, or going to present some to us today. And we're smack dab in the middle of the community outreach and engagement component of the project. We're planning for our second workshop Monday, third workshop Monday, and a pop-up has just happened. So we'll be continuing that through the fall. And we'll talk about these final steps and the next steps of the talk at the end. Lauren, great, take it away.
All right, thank you again to the commissioners for having us today to give an update on the plan. I'm going to share some of the existing conditions that we've been analyzing about the landscape. And so the first one that I'll dig into is kind of an introduction to the existing policy landscape that we've been synthesizing. So we've reviewed dozens of policies, plans, and scientific guidance from the municipal to the federal level. And we're looking into kind of extracting the synergies and themes between many of these documents, and then identifying the important recommendations and the needs and challenges and opportunities that these plans are putting forward that we could highlight and build on and connect to in the Biodiversity and Urban Forest Plan. And so here's just a small sample of some of the themes that came away from our policy review. The need to protect and expand the urban forest, of course, and enhancing existing habitat, as well as finding ways to create new habitat and green space. To weave in the goals of resiliency, habitat provision, and wildlife support across the fabric of the city's planning and decision-making processes, which kind of is supporting the team we've put together from different departments to kind of find those synergies. Ensuring that the city's integrated pest management plan is implemented on public sites and that it's promoted on private and institutional landscapes. And then leveraging opportunities to engage and educate the public about environmental stewardship. So as for the physical landscape, we are also assessing current and kind of comparing that to historical conditions. And so the maps that you see here on the left is the historical landscape depicting average conditions from the early to mid 1800s roughly. And on the right, you have a generalized kind of vegetation map of the current landscape. And each color that's kind of shown in the boxes on the left and on the map on the right are unique habitat types or vegetation communities. And they range from tidal habitats along the shoreline to the north, and then extending as a gradient, transitioning from wet meadow and patchy freshwater wetlands in the historical landscape to the drier oak woodlands and savanna upland to the south. And so for each community, we've also put check marks to indicate whether it was found or is found historically or today in the landscape. And so I'm not going to discuss the details of this landscape change analysis, but I'm mostly bringing up just to say that in our work at SFEI, we're heavily grounded in kind of understanding the historical landscape and understanding the change over time to envision what's needed and also what's possible to better support local biodiversity. For example, historical ecology can help us set targets for restoring natural habitats. And then in more of the urban realm, historical ecology is useful for developing habitat zones to guide urban landscaping and developing plant palettes. And then for assessing the conditions of the current landscape today, we rely heavily on our urban biodiversity framework, which was published in our Making Nature City report of 2019. And the framework identifies 7 landscape elements that exist within a city to support urban biodiversity. And all of these 7 elements work together and are all needed and are independent of one another. And so in the next few slides, I'm just going to cover a few highlights from 4 of these 7 elements and to showcase some of the analyses we're doing. So first I'll cover habitat patches. And so we mapped habitat patches in Mountain View, which we defined to be vegetated areas that are at least 2 acres in size. And then, so there are multiple ways that we can characterize those habitat patches and evaluate their condition. So each map shows the same habitat patches, but displays the different type ways of depicting the quality of those habitat patches. So on the left, you see the habitat patches by their size, and the smaller patches, less than 10 acres, provide a modest amount of support for more urban adapted species, more of the species on the left of the diagram that Sasha was showing. And then on the right, or I'm sorry, not on the right, the patches that are larger than 10 acres or especially larger than 130 acres can be local or regional biodiversity hubs in cities, and they'll support more sensitive species in urban environments. The map on the center highlights the amount of core area in these habitat patches, and the core area is the interior portion of the patches that are more sheltered from the urban influences. And strategies could emphasize the importance of reducing disturbances in these core areas and to enhance the habitat quality in the core areas. And then on the right, we can also see patches and their protection status. And so the goal is to maintain these habitats for biodiversity for the long term. And so if a patch is not currently protected parkland, the city could take a closer look at each of those patches to identify whether there are opportunities to provide protection or to manage those patches long term. So our recommendations are going to consider these types of considerations to develop strategies for how to maintain and enhance these patches. The second landscape element that I'll cover here is the quality of the urban matrix. And the urban matrix is that sort of developed space, the interstitial space between the habitat patches. And so there are a lot of ways that we can also assess the quality of the urban matrix. And one way is to evaluate the amount of vegetation cover and the amount of canopy cover. So that's what you're seeing here on the left and the right. The blue areas are those same habitat patches I just showed. And the lighter colors are areas with less green cover, and the darker areas are areas with more green cover, more vegetation cover or canopy cover. And so the biodiversity and urban forest plan is going to use these types of inputs to determine where greening is needed most in the urban matrix. So it's areas that are severely lacking in vegetation cover are going to be prioritized. And to support wildlife that are more urban sensitive, we might also prioritize greening in regions that are directly surrounding the habitat patches or other sensitive special resources like creeks and wetlands. And we can also use this to identify high priority areas for greening where people will most benefit, which could include around bikeways, sidewalks, or in schools. Thirdly, another one of those landscape elements is special resources. And so this map shows a couple of the special resources that we're considering, like native oak trees, wetlands, and other water features. And these special resources are the features that are playing an outsized role in supporting biodiversity. So these represent just a few of those special resources. And so some of the strategies we might develop might be around protecting those existing resources, enhancing their ecological quality, creating connectivity between the resources, and then filling gaps where resources are lacking. And lastly, I'll just briefly also cover native vegetation. So one of the data sets that we have to assess nativity of vegetation in Mountain View is the street tree inventory or public tree inventory. And so from analyzing that data set, we were able to see that only a small proportion of public trees, along streets and in parks, are native. Around 13% are locally native. And the vast majority of those native trees are coast redwood. And in fact, coast redwood is the most abundant public tree in Mountain View. And the redwood is particularly vulnerable to climate change and drought in urban environments. So the next most common species is coast live oak, which is a powerhouse species for supporting biodiversity. And then after that, only a small fraction of native species are of other native varieties. So we'll be exploring strategies to promote a more resilient and diverse urban forest.
And like many other efforts similar to this, we wanted to select a group of species that we called focal species, but I think we're thinking about them more as like animal ambassadors at this point, because we're not going to be selecting these species in order to set targets for population numbers and that sort of thing, but really as a group of species that help us take these higher level strategies and recommendations and ground them into how that might actually be influencing a particular animal. So we really wanted to choose species that are somewhat adapted to the environment. They can be seen in Mountain View. It would be common for folks that aren't like hardcore birders to be able to see some of these things. So species that people can interact with, but also species that represent some of the diversity of the region. So we started off having all this downloaded biodiversity data from many different publicly available sources, had a huge list of species, narrowed it down to 84, and decided that we wanted to select species that are associated through this California Wildlife Habitat Relationships database that are associated with those historic habitats that Lauren showed you on the left side of the graph in her original presentation, or a few slides back. So we wanted a species that was associated with each of those historic habitat types. And then we wanted taxonomic and kind of life history diversity among that group of species. So we wanted animals that behave differently, that are from different taxonomic groups, and then even within those, maybe different life history strategies. For example, we have two bird species. One is a neotropical migrant that uses Mountain View both on migration and for historically breeding, and some now. And then we have the acorn woodpecker, which is a year-round resident and doesn't actually use the space as a migratory species. So, whoops, we lost our link here. So anyway, the goal here is to use these species to help us communicate and share their stories throughout the plan. And this is our preliminary list so far, so we're still going to dig into a little bit and think a little bit more about whether we want to use this exact list, but I think we're getting pretty close. And
maybe we should try to read internet. Oh, okay.
What happened?
Oh, the internet went down.
Oh, shoot. Let's keep going.
Keep going without the presentation.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
Yeah. So the next thing we want to talk about was engagement, community engagement. In general, we have a schedule for 8 different events, including workshops and community pop-ups, and Lauren will describe the differences between those two things. We've already completed 3 of these starting in June, and we'll have 4 more through October, including targeting different groups such as a teen workshop, a senior center pop-up, and a workshop for Mandarin and Spanish speaking folks that will be interpreted and that we can engage with folks with languages other than what we speak. And then we'll top it off with a general community workshop to end this community engagement part. We're also launching an online survey. We've gotten feedback from individual PRC members. We're really appreciative of that, and revised it with the city quite a bit. And we're hoping to launch that soon. It's literally being formatted right now. So that survey will be available both on the website and will be distributed by the city through the different stakeholder groups that were associated with this project. And we appreciate everybody filling out this survey. It'll give us a lot more information about what you want to see biodiversity and some of what types of biodiversity you want to see in the city, and also how you feel about different trade-offs and even maybe some problems you have with biodiversity. So we really would love everybody to give their input. Other city and partner engagements include a workshop with stakeholders. The city project team and the PRC will be reviewing several versions of the plan, and we will revise them and go back and forth. We will have a discussion with the Environmental Planning Commission, and they will also be discussing a draft of the plan. We have 2 more meetings with the PRC where we will be getting your feedback and then presenting our work after we've incorporated your feedback into the plan. So you'll have a chance to review it 2 more times. And then finally, eventually, we'll be giving it to the city council, who will review the plan. We will revise that, come back to them, and then hopefully they will be hopefully they will confirm the final the final plan by December 2025. Fingers crossed. That's what we're aiming for, is a final plan to be completed by December 2025 and accepted by the city council. Yeah. So Lauren's going to talk about a few of the actual events. Sadly, you won't be able to see these pictures of people having fun.
Yeah, I almost want to like turn it around so you can see it. Yeah, so Sasha alluded to this, but we have 2 main types of events that we're hosting with the public. And the first are pop-ups. And so these are designed to briefly interact with a wider array of the community members. We set up tabling activities in highly trafficked areas and try to bring in participants who otherwise wouldn't have known about or sought out events related to the plan. And so the goals of those pop-up events are to raise awareness and inform the public about the plan, try to get them to come to our future workshops, and then to engage in short poster activities and questionnaires that don't require too much of their time. So these are photos from our June pop-up at the Mountain View Farmers Market. And there are Post-it notes here that highlight the responses that we got, where we asked folks to write about their vision for what they want nature in Mountain View to look like. And we also had a tree pinning activity on the right there, where we had a map of Mountain View, and we asked folks to put tree pins where they wanted to see where they thought nature needs a boost. And we also had some poster activities with stickers where folks could make quick selections on their priorities. So we have 1 more pop-up scheduled for October 2nd at the Senior Center. And the second type of activity, engagement activity we've been hosting are public workshops. These are longer, they're sometimes more targeted for different audiences, and we get to dive deeper into the community goals, needs, and concerns. And whereas the pop-ups try to bring in passerbyers, folks who attend the workshops generally have explicitly attended to weigh in on the plan. And so the goal is also to inform the public about the plan. It's also to gather a deeper level of input on the community's vision and goals, and to solicit input on common trade-offs that the city will need to navigate related to managing natural resources. So we've held 2 of those workshops so far, 1 with the general public, 1 with kids and families. And each has been facilitated a little bit differently depending on the audience and the venue, but we've used things like Mentimeter to have live interactive polls and write-in questions. Folks have submitted questionnaires. there are responses to those same poster board activities, and then there have also been some opportunities for group discussion. So we can share some of the engagement highlights, and unfortunately, there are some visuals here. I'll try to
let's pause a moment. So what is our status?
take maybe like a 5-minute break. Try to get
Would
reconnected.
that be okay with everyone? Give us a chance to sort out what's going on with Mr. Internet.
Yes, yeah, sorry, good.
Okay, so we like at 10 after 9 or.
Reconnecting? We can maybe disconnect and reconnect.
Try that.
Oh, thank you, appreciate that.
City council is city.council.mountainview.gov.
All right, we're going to reconvene at 9:13. Thank you, everyone, for bearing with us. We had to get the chipmunks talking to the other chipmunks for the internet, and now we have a presentation again.
Great.
So,
The other sides.
Yeah,
cover it as
I'll just
super fast.
Yeah. So these are the pop-up events. We're gonna put these slides online, so you can cherish these photos later. But yeah, just wanted to quickly give you an overview of some of our preliminary findings from the workshops and the pop-up that we've had so far. So from the workshops, we had folks write 3 words for what they hope nature will look, sound, feel, smell like in Mountain View in the future. And so we got a wide array of responses, but there were some themes that emerged. There was a lot of recurring contributions about wanting to see more biodiversity and wildlife, which makes total sense. That's why we're here. There was also a lot of interest in planting more trees, and in particular, trees that will cool and shade the city, and wanting to see more greenery overall. And there was also a lot of comments about imagining a landscape with more beauty, more abundance and productivity, with things like flowers and pollinators and edible plants. We also had some kind of multiple choice questions. Here we asked folks to select their priorities for better supporting biodiversity and trees. And responses have tended to gravitate towards prioritizing habitat improvement, native or drought tolerant landscaping that benefits people and nature, and policies for private and commercial landscaping or tree management. Fewer folks have prioritized policies around tree heritage, roadside landscaping, and redwood trees, but this is still early in the process and we'll see what emerges. We've also asked some questions around the trade-offs that the city has to manage. And so we asked, we've seen that there's an interest in the city planting both a mix of native plants and also climate adapted and regionally appropriate species that might not necessarily be native to the area. And there's a split of opinion about if trees that are in poorer health should be replaced proactively. There tends to be a strong preference for replacing grass with native landscaping in underutilized park areas, and a stronger preference for requiring that the city replace street trees. Again, this is preliminary and we're going to be collecting more information at future events. This is our last slide on the engagement update. So we're going to be distributing a survey to inform the vision and goals of the plan. And again, want to thank the members of the commission and the city staff who were thought partners on the development of this survey. This survey, we're targeting it for the length to take around 10 minutes to complete. It's going to be distributed on a variety of forums and platforms through stakeholder groups, and we'll be distributing it at our workshops and future pop-up. And it's going to be translated into Spanish, Mandarin, and Russian, and it'll be available through October. And so we designed the survey to answer some key questions. We wanted to know about the community's vision and goals. What about biodiversity and trees is important and why? How should the city manage the common trade-offs and challenges that come up when trying to promote biodiversity and urban forestry? What are the opportunities in the areas of greatest need supporting biodiversity and trees? What are the challenges and threats to navigate? And what are the types of actions that the city can take? So this is going to inform the development of the vision and goals for the plan, and it'll start the conversation, which will be continued with the city on how to start to kind of move the needle and make on the ground progress and set priority actions for realizing the vision. So
Great.
wrapped up.
Wrap up with next steps. revisit this process and timeline. Again, we're in the middle of the community outreach and engagement section of the plan. After starting in the fall, we'll be taking the information that we get from our thought partners in the community and our commission and develop vision and goals and actions and start to actually draft those up and get reviews of those. We'll then be working on a section of the plan, which is the implementation and evaluation portion. And finally, there's a pretty long review, revision, finalize, and adoption time period between spring of 2025 to winter of 2025. So we're providing a large amount of opportunity for review and revision and pushing that through hopefully by winter of 2025. So those are the next steps. Come to the workshops, come to the pop-ups. Please give us your insight. And these are the workshops and pop-ups coming up. Again, we're launching the online community survey very soon. The teen workshop is on Monday. I don't know how many teens are here, but senior pop-up center, I don't know how many seniors are here. But that will be October 2nd, and Mandarin and speaking Spanish workshops Wednesday, October 2nd. And then again, the general community workshop on October 17th. And then we also have this really great biodiversitymv.com website. I hate to say just go to the website, but truly go to the website. There's a section where you can input questions and ideas, and we collect the information often that you actually post to these websites, so we can get, it's another avenue for your input. And we'll also be posting the survey here and spread it far and wide to people that you know and do not know. Please, want it to be a very thoroughly taken survey. I think that's our last slide. Yes. So we're excited to discuss and answer some questions.
Great, thank you. Now's the time for your question. Let's see. Would you like to start, Commissioner Pelia?
Sure. Could you go back to the habitat? I can't even read my own writing here. Scribbling conditions, maps. Thank you. That part right there. I'm assuming that the vertical lines that go through where with the nice green and orange and red, that is Stevens Creek and Stevens Creek Trail.
Yeah.
And then kind of over to the left is that Permanente. I know a lot of it's concrete channel. Other parts there's vegetation. So I just thought there was more vegetation than it's shown on the map. And then the third one would be the Hetch Hetchy right of way, where there are parts of the Hetch Hetchy right of way are very, somewhat wide and quite vegetated, to be honest with you, going horizontally the other way. And so I didn't know if those should be reflected in the map or, or maybe you know about them, but you can give me a reason why they are. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so these habitat patches were derived from land cover mapping, and the patches are continuous areas of vegetation that kind of meet a certain shape requirement. We're kind of not considering long, thin, sinuous, continuous areas of vegetation to be patches because they don't really provide that same function. They might be more considered connectivity corridors. So maybe what you're thinking of for Permanente Creek doesn't meet the criteria of having 2 continuous acres of vegetation that have enough core area to be considered a patch. But we haven't yet done our connectivity analysis. I expect that it is going to be highlighted there. But this is not a, this isn't showing all vegetation in the city of Mountain View, just the ones that we kind of detected as patches in our definition.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis, do you have any questions?
I do, and they may sound kind of like comments, so please rein me in if I'm going too
Okay,
far.
well, you know how it is in Jeopardy, you have to phrase it in
Yeah. So I've been to a number of the pop-ups and workshops, and fantastic engagement, they're great. So I don't want this to sound dismissive. And I love the mentor here. That's really neat to see that the group input manifesting in real time. My question is, and again, I don't want this to sound dismissive. You know, the colored butterflies are great and the guy singing the little caterpillar song. It's really good to, you know, I love the feel of it. But how do we get to, if the question is, if it's a visioning question of what do you want to get out of biodiversity? How are we going to get, how do I say it, more sophisticated input? Or maybe another way to ask that question is, how can you guys communicate what the opportunities are for uneducated, you know, people that aren't biologists, like myself, to understand what the opportunities are for biodiversity, so we can get a more robust vision. So then I'm really interested in how will the public input translate to a vision, and then, you know, where the science dives into that. So I'm not sure if that's a question you can answer, but.
I can try to take a stab, and let me know if I'm not addressing your question accurately or comment. So we're trying to, one of the main goals of setting up the workshops in the way that they are set up is to reach different aspects of the community. And so what we're presenting at the specifically children's workshop isn't going to be the same. We're not going to ask adults to paint butterflies, obviously, but it was fun, yeah. But so we are tailoring it to hopefully be more sophisticated during some of the other workshops. But these are meant to be pretty high level because we have this strategy, even you said it, I think, of both educating folks that maybe don't think about biodiversity at all, and then diving in deeper with folks that think about it a lot. And that's a really hard chasm to span during a single 1 hour workshop. So the idea was to have enough different workshops and enough different ways for folks to offer opinions and to dig in a little bit more, including 5 workshops, 2 pop-ups, a survey that's much more detailed, and then some stakeholder workshops later that are with specific groups that the city and different departments in the city have put together for us to dig in a bit more. So I can't promise that the workshops are meant to be pretty high level by design. And yeah.
So the results of more green, more shade, more nature, it's kind of intuitively expected that those input, I mean, that's not a big stretch. So I wonder if, you know, could 20 potential benefits be articulated so people could say, oh yeah, maybe I should be thinking, you know, more than kind of at this high superficial level of what they really want out of.
There are a few questions in the survey where we ask, so there's one in particular that asks about the benefits of biodiversity, and it lists, I think, 10 of them, maybe 10, and then offers an other so somebody can put in a different answer if they want it. And we ask folks to tell us if they think it's important, sort of important, or not important at all for each of these different benefits that we list. And so that gets in quite a bit more detail. And then another question that asks folks to think about what are some potential, 2 different ones. Another one's what are potential threats to biodiversity and whether they care about them or not. And so again, that's like a list of 10 to 15 different items that we listed, as many as we could think of, and then offered options for folks to fill in the blanks for any that we haven't included. And again, asks them to think about each one of those and rate the importance of them. And one other one that gets at kind of what are some downsides to biodiversity? What are some things you're worried about in bringing diversity into the city, or biodiversity into the city, and then ask folks to rank whether they think those are important, not important, or very important. So I'm hoping that that combination of the workshops, which are kind of more tailored as an engagement activity and less of like a dig in deep and roll up your sleeves kind of thing. Hopefully this survey can get at some more of those detailed questions or answers.
Thank you.
That's your question. Great, that's great. Commissioner Bryant, do you have any questions?
Yes, and I'm in a similar state of which are comments and which are questions. But so I'll keep my comments for later, but just to make sure the habitat patch conditions, this is an analysis that you have done significant work on, but like the connecting corridors and the smaller matrices and the smaller areas, you will be analyzing that too. That is just work that you haven't gotten to yet.
Yeah, so the maps here are showing a little bit like kind of one step in the process of understanding the quality of the urban matrix, which I think is what you're getting at. There are kind of different types of data sets that we can use. So here we're using land cover, but we could also use the street tree inventory to understand the composition of trees in the public portion of the urban forest. Yeah, so there's just a lot of dimensions to it we're not able to show tonight. And so the one element that we haven't really started digging into is the connections landscape element, but we have like made a lot of progress on the other 6.
And since you mentioned trees, you were mentioning taking the data from the street tree list, which has made me unhappy for many years, and I'm hoping that part of our work with you will result in a different, improved tree list. But there are a lot of trees in town that are not street trees. Like in my immediate neighborhood, there's any number of very large oaks. Will you capture that information? Will that, will you have that?
Yeah, so unfortunately, we are limited on species specific and size specific information on trees on private land. So we're not going to be able to know about that specific oak tree of a diameter of so and so. But we do have land cover data, so we're gonna know the amount of cover that's covered by trees in the landscape. So we will be able to capture like those private trees in one sense, but we won't have that like kind of deep quality of information about species composition and size like we do from the public tree inventory.
So this is like a pet hobby horse of mine. So quite a few of the trees that we currently have on our street tree list are not canopy trees. However, in my neighborhood, myself and many of my neighbors have quite large oak trees. So if you look at my street and you analyze the canopy, you could say, these Brisbane box just provide a lovely canopy, but it's actually my oak tree, which is squirrels planted. How will we have at the end of the process recommendations saying, well, these trees provide almost no canopy, the palm trees, they provide no canopy. But the oak tree that the neighbor has provides a lot of canopy. Will you be able to give us that level of recommendation?
Yeah, I think we're haven't started writing the plan yet, but the details that we're hoping to get into are not just high level recommendations like increased forest canopy, but actual species that we would recommend, and the biodiversity benefits of those and describing what the benefits are. And that certainly is going to be based on how big the canopy is. We just don't have the data to be able to map that in the way that we wish we could. But yeah, I'm getting it.
I may have fantasized or made up a technical ability that doesn't exist, but I wish did exist. I thought that, like, from aerial photographs, is it just the canopy, or is it like big oaks from like even Google Maps could almost tell what that. I thought that existed. Maybe it doesn't.
So for Santa Clara County, I think it was released in late 2023, there's fine scale vegetation mapping, which does classify to a higher order vegetation communities. However, in kind of the dense urban environment, it just kind of categorizes it as urban. So when we get into the urban matrix, we don't have data to parse out species specific information. Doing that fine scale vegetation mapping is very expensive. And so that's kind of been done at the county scale, mostly in like parks and natural areas, unfortunately. So we'll rely on that data set when we can. But unfortunately, we're kind of limited to kind of the land cover data, which parses out tree canopy cover, shrub cover, and herbaceous cover. And then the street tree inventory, which does give you information, but only on public trees.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And one more brief question. When you were presenting like the 10 species that you will weave stories around, there were no trees there. And I'm hoping this is verging into comments, but why did you not choose trees?
Lauren actually gave me this comment the other day because I'm biased towards animals. Why? No. Yeah, I mean, what we were thinking was that a lot of these, and we can still add a plant to it, but choosing one plant to the plan we're going to be covering or what we're covering so far are very broad categorizations of habitat, like canopy cover and vegetation cover. And then I guess I was hoping that in using these animal species and that we can then make connections between animal species and specific plants, so that plants will be woven into the story along with the species and how they interact with them, but aren't necessarily like one of the ambassador species themselves, just because it was kind of difficult to narrow it down. But so in my mind, for a biodiversity strategy, we're covering trees a lot and general cover a lot and habitat quality in general a lot, but the focal species allow us to get into the nitty-gritty of those interactions between animals and plants and tell stories about them. But we're definitely going to take that feedback, and I've gotten it from a few other people. So yeah.
Okay,
So for example, we have acorn woodpeckers. We can talk a lot about acorn trees or oak trees.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Those are my questions.
Right, Commissioner.
So that last response sort of intermingled with my question, so I'm gonna ask it from a beginner standpoint and in a maybe a slightly different. When I look at that tree canopy cover map, a Google aerial view shot, or is it based on underlying data?
So you're asking how we derived this map?
Yeah, how do you get that
So,
map?
yeah, so the land cover map that I was describing, the canopy cover, shrub cover, herbaceous cover, and then impervious. That was at 1 meter resolution. And then this map kind of summarizes canopy cover or vegetation cover for each cell within a certain distance. So it's sort of like summarizing each cell's local environment and canopy cover around that. So this is like kind of one level higher than the raw land cover data itself. And we are going to be using this and factoring it into assessing canopy cover in schools, along streets, in parks, kind of in different units of analysis.
Okay, I mean, maybe I'm missing it. So what is the source of this? Was it a picture?
Land-
It was a picture.
land-
Was it a picture or is it, I mean?
So,
I'm just,
yeah, aerial imagery was classified into land cover data, yeah.
okay, and then I might have missed it because it got, will there actually be some counts? It sounds like there's maybe counts of the street trees, but not private
Counts
trees.
of trees, like individual trees,
Right.
no.
So that's not gonna be part of this
No.
project, okay.
There is a data set for the entire Bay Area that allows us to map just tree cover, and it sort of looks like little points. But it's not the sort of data that you can derive, like there are X number of trees in the city and these are the species, this is how the species break down. So again, it's a cover similar to this just for urban street trees. But I don't believe you can well, why wouldn't you be able to derive? You know what I'm talking about that we use for ISLIS?
So I guess maybe a question for Director Marchand. In our previous iteration, before we started this project, I forget the name of the thing that we're doing that had 5-year updates. We never-
Community tree master plan.
Yeah, and we never got and there was gonna be some kind of a tree summary. Was that gonna have counts?
That was a canopy cover.
Canopy
A
cover.
canopy cover, and we'll have that in this as well. We have been working on updating our street tree inventory with our GIS, and while we're close, and Russell's right there, our urban forest manager, while we're close, we're never gonna get exact. But we're doing our best to update that and keep that as updated as possible. But I think what you're asking about is the canopy coverage, which we had in the community tree master plan update, and that will be also in
And that's
this.
all that ever was.
Right, yes.
But somewhere you have to be categorizing stuff, you know. And I apologize. It would be awesome if we, in future, if we could get the slide set ahead of time. Cause I mean, there's a lot of really good stuff here and it would have been nice to have been able to think things out.
Think Jeopardy.
But you had there was a slide that showed 13% or something like that was native trees. So how are you deriving those
Right.
numbers?
So those numbers come from the city of Mountain View's public tree inventory. Where only trees that are on public land were counted and surveyed.
And that's what we've been working really hard to make sure we're up to date with the most accurate information. It's never gonna be foolproof, but we're getting close.
And do you have now are coming to me as do you have an estimation for what percentage of the trees in Mountain View are on private property that wouldn't be counted in this?
No. Russell's saying,
Ballpark, is it 20%? Is it 80%? I mean,
Typically, it's closer to 70 to 80%, but I do not know the specific number. We do not have that.
So the majority of,
Canopy cover is typically on private property.
and so we wouldn't have been able to categorize it in these buckets as non-native or local, because we.
Correct.
These are
In terms of
public
this
trees.
data, that is not for private property, correct?
Thanks.
Alrighty. My question, I think I can make it a question. Would there be space, I understand that you're still planning as part of your public engagement to reach out to stakeholder groups. Would there be space to, I don't know if it's add or incorporate some sort of outreach that allows people who aren't really part of a stakeholder group, but have, lots of ideas, the depth of ideas and have spent a lot of time, would there be some way to add an opportunity for them to meet with city staff and the consultants? It's similar to what's being done with the stakeholders.
Beyond the workshops and the pop-up.
Right,
opportunities.
because I mean, I think you see them a lot at the Park and Rec Commission meetings. People who have really gone deep and wide into the topic of biodiversity, yet they aren't really part of a formal organization, not a member of a stakeholder group, I think.
And that's why we set up the biodiversitymv.com to provide that forum online where people can go, they can post their pictures, their ideas, they can actually interact on that idea board and ask questions. The questions that we answer are public and you can see that. And then SFEI has been accessing that, looking at ideas, exploring, seeing the conversations between folks. So that was that online opportunity for people if they don't attend a workshop, or even if they do, but there was another opportunity for folks.
So you're saying that you would refer people that have a lot of thoughts to that.
And to our workshops.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, we do have the final general public workshop in October. And presumably that'll be again hybrid.
Yes, it'll be virtual and in
both
person.
virtual and live. And that one will be our last workshop, so it'll give us the opportunity to summarize what we've done so far and go a little bit deeper is our plan. And both articulating to the community what we've heard and if there's a grant there, and hopefully folks can come to that. We don't have other workshops or engagement activities planned beyond what are in that schedule.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what are the stakeholder groups that you're planning to meet with?
So we have a very large, robust group of stakeholders that was put together by the city project team. So folks from community services, public works, that the whole list, the planning and development. And we'll go through as a city project team and identify who will be invited to that stakeholder workshop. We'll have a capacity of maybe 30 to 40 stakeholders that will be in attendance. And we'll work with that city project team as a group to identify who we're gonna invite.
So you haven't made the final list yet, it sounds like.
No, we have not.
Is that going to be advertised to the public, maybe on your website?
We hadn't intended to, we had
I mean,
intended.
The list of the stakeholder groups.
No, we hadn't
Okay.
intended to
All right.
publish that. It's a very robust stakeholder list, so we need to kind of whittle it down. It includes everything, like I mentioned, the nonprofits, businesses, school district. I mean, there's a lot of folks on there, so we really need to kind of fine tune and narrow that down to who really is invested and really wants to contribute, and also that this particular biodiversity and urban forest plan, it will be informing and influencing all these other plans. So active transportation, they're in the midst of creating an active transportation plan. We're gonna wanna have some of those stakeholders at the table.
Okay, great. That's all my questions. So I think we're ready for public comment on item 5.2. I guess we're still there. So that's I do have 2 speaker cards. So I'll start with the first one, which is Gail.
Are we doing 3 minutes on this or 2 again?
Quick show of hands, who's going to comment on the all right. And then there's 7 people still. Yes, if we could do 2 minutes, again, just so that everyone has a chance to speak.
Oh, hi, I'm Gail. I'm a longtime Shoreline Park user and enjoyer, and I give back. I'm invested in native plant restoration at Shoreline, and I'm contribute in that way. On a walk recently, I have seen the urban biodiversity QR code signs, and on my short walk, I counted 10 of them at Shoreline, and it was 20 to 30-minute walk. So it was every 2 to 3 minutes I saw one of the signs, and I started actively trying to avoid them and found that I couldn't. So the sign coverage is good. And I since they were so intrusive, I started thinking about them and looking at them. And I kind of just had some thoughts, and I wondered how many total of them were created and put around the city. And they're made out of corrugated plastic screwed into the fence posts with 4 screws and some metal stakes. And I was just curious how much of that material gets recycled or reused or ends up in whose landfill. And I was just kind of thinking about that. And then I understand cities need to plan and seek input on community engagement, and that institutes study all kinds of things that are of value. I did wonder about how much money was spent on these signs and this entire contract, and what the tangible results are, and who's going to pick up every single one of those signs. Are they really all going to be collected? But in the context of spending my own money to purchase milkweed seeds and plants that are planted in the burrowing owl habitat and are thriving now, our planting for this year has been disrupted with our biologists missing. We don't know where we can plant large volumes of milkweed. So if you want to go visit the milkweed seeds or see them, the ones that I purchased for the burrowing owl habitat, they are now being stocked. Can I finish? I'm almost done. Stop. Okay, they're stocked at the Mountain View Public Library Seed Library, so you can see them there, so that community members can go to the library and get their own milkweed seeds and plant them themselves, because we can't. So thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent.
And I have a card for Tracy Faria. Got your last name right?
Most people do. Okay, this is just some kind of jots. I was trying to do it as
only semi-seeing that distance. So, one, I wanted to just say, you know, parks, we discussed today about children needing to be able to see butterflies, birds. And right now, most of our park system is not providing that function, right? I mean, we have the pollinator gardens, we have an area cordoned off at Shoreline, but we should be thinking about this for our biodiversity. The second point I just wanted to say is about these bioadapted trees. Oh, Lord. Don't we have enough? If it's 70%, why are we planting anything besides natives? You know, we're trying to get right. I don't know if the city's trying to get there, but I'll just ask, are we trying to get to like 30 by 30? Do we understand 30 by 30 that we need to have 30% set aside for our wildlife and for humanity to survive? We are in the middle of sixth great extinction. And I feel like sometimes we're just like moving pretty slow. We're passing out trees during Arbor Days that are not native. We're not moving. There's things we could be doing right now. The plants that could be, you have control of the city, so you could be planting these native plants, native trees into the parks and into city limits. And just not hearing these kinds of things. And I appreciate a plan for long-term, but I think we need to be doing stuff now as well. Then I think I went to the same pop-up that you did, Commissioner Davis. And I think I had a similar feeling. We need to articulate the benefits and have, there's 4 questions. If someone didn't know what they're talking about or what was the benefit, you wouldn't get it out of these 4 questions. I don't think it was productive. I went there, but I didn't feel productive going there. So I'm sorry, not saying you're not doing good work. I'll stop there. Keystone species.
Thanks for your comments. I don't have any other cards. Did you get any cards? Okay, who's you got?
So we have Shani again.
Tony Kleinhaus, you're great.
Oh,
thank you.
Shani Kleinhaus with the Santa Clara Valley Bird Alliance again. A few comments. One is that I went to one workshop, one pop-up. Some of the questions, if you don't know what's behind the question, you'll probably answer something that you don't intend. An example for that is, should we replace trees that are potentially old and not in great health with new ones that are in great health? Unhealthy trees are a huge resource for biodiversity. So in some places, those may be dangerous and you don't want to have them. But he says, people, oh, yeah, let's replace the unhealthy with healthy. Well, that that takes out all the big trees eventually and replace them with crepe myrtles, you know? So that's what you get. So this is a really bad question to ask. And people will answer the wrong answer because they want to be good. They want to be healthy. There are other questions like that. The issue of climate adapted. Once you say climate adapted, everybody wants to be climate adapted. Whether those trees are coming invasive or not, I would just repeat what Tracy said. We got plenty of non-native trees that are, almost everything thrives in the Bay Area. Bring it from anywhere in the world, it'll do fine. So we need to focus on things that have habitat value for our local birds and pollinators, and not on, oh yeah, if it's pretty and it's drought tolerant and it's climate adapted, then good. I'm looking to see a lot more about monarchs because I've seen what happened at Shoreline when the milkweeds are there, the monarchs are there, and people really enjoy them, and they're everywhere. And I had a couple of other small things. Non-native predators are important. Lighting is important. Lighting is one of the biggest threats to biodiversity worldwide now. So these are things that I put down as small notes. About the oaks, I don't know if there is a list, of the heritage oaks if there is one that could help with what you're trying to do. In wildlife movement, just one thing. Today I found the third rabbit that died in the past few weeks in between the retention basin and the Google campus. We tried to get through. I don't know if there's a way to make it easier for them.
God bless you. You're good.
Good woman.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Daniel Shane.
If you have problems, this is my notes. I'm Dan Shane. I am a community member, homeowner in the city of Mountain View. First of all, I want to commend the city on preparing a biodiversity urban forestry plan and using the community early engagement process in the beginning of planning. That, to me, in my opinion, is big. But I do have some concerns about the process. And when I mention concerns, I also have potential solutions and ideas. One is that, and we just found out today that most of the urban forests are located on private land. Okay, and if they're located on private land, we have the threat of them being removed and destroyed by housing development. Okay, and so the timeline is what? To develop this plan, you have to go through all the different processes of workshops, engagement, hearings, field assessment, on and on and on. There's a lot involved. And so it's going to take a year or more, maybe a lot more. I don't know. But in that period of time, housing developers could gobble up most of the urban forests and biodiversity because we know they're mostly located on private land. And so you have a plan, but there's nothing to protect.
That's right.
So what's the solution and what are some of the ideas? One idea I have is that we immediately start evaluating city housing development policies and take a look at what policies and guidelines our planning staff has that kind of prevents them from protecting our urban forests from housing development proposals, developers that do not take that type of thing into consideration. Now, I've heard from city planners that they have, one last thing. I've heard from city planners that they have a problem because they're restricted by the city policies and the guidelines that they work under. They're not free to do whatever they please or go outside these boundaries. So I think it's really important that we immediately start evaluating those policies and make the changes and modifications that are necessary in order to preserve, restore, and enhance our urban forestry and biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
That was beautiful, Robert Duvall.
Okay,
Beautiful.
we have Albert.
I'm Albert Jeans, haven't been here for a while. I just made one comment on the whole nature of the way tree canopy is measured. We were talking about earlier on that map. You know, look at any drawing, architectural drawing, tree is always pictured as a circle. Trees are not two-dimensional entities, they're three-dimensional. You know, I particularly like redwood trees, and you know, around the Google Charleston East campus, there used to be a whole bunch of redwood trees, which of course they all cut down, and they planted oaks. But redwood trees are a lot taller than oak trees. In terms of the amount of CO2 they sequester, the amount of shade they provide, they're far larger than oak tree, mature oak tree can ever get to be. Particularly like, for example, even at the Shoreline Dog Park, you know, I have a small dog in the small dog area. There's 2 redwood trees there. They're not particularly large, but they're like probably 50 or 60 feet tall. And so in the morning, when the sun is low, practically the whole park is shaded. You'll never get that from a small oak tree or a crepe myrtle. And so I just hope that somehow, maybe in this study, you can actually change the way tree canopy is measured. You do it by volume or mass, you know, because that's what trees are. And that's how their impact on the environment and our impact on us. It's all three-dimensional. And in terms of wildlife, they sequester too. You know, hawks like to perch very high up, and so they'll prefer trees like that. So I know it's a big ask, but I like to get people thinking about trees as three-dimensional entities rather than two-dimensional circles. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amazing. That guy's great.
Right, do we have any other speaker cards?
We have Jim.
Okay.
Jim? Ziorski?
He left.
So I have no more cards.
Okay, I see a hand raised.
And then this one over here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Here we go.
My name is Michael Tamori. I'm a 40 years plus resident of Mountain View. My property backs to the Permanente Creek. And I was so surprised because I appreciate what you guys doing. I think this is the best plan for the city, increase the canopy. But as you know, from San Francisco all the way down to El Camino, that portion of the Permanente Creek, as you mentioned, it's not concrete. It's just all vegetations. And in the past 22 years, I own that property. That creek, it runs by the Santa Clara Water District. And I don't see any of these guys here at the meeting. And I asked them several times, like, who's taking care of the creek? Who's cleaning up the creek? We saw tires, plastic bottles, beer bottles, shopping carts. I mean, you name it, we had it in the creek, which at one point I end up just doing it at my own cost, hire people to just remove and clean up the creek. In the past 20 years, 22 years, I only seen Santa Clara Water District guys in the creek just twice. They never come, they never inspect, and they never clean up. So I hope if you guys are in contact with them, and if you're looking for some funding, those are the ones that are getting the portion of the property taxes as we pay. So they should contribute to this plan. They should contribute to your plan. You know, you're the one that have to just maintain that creek. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Me?
Oh, not you yet.
Oh, thank you.
If you would like to speak about item 5.2.
That's about the heritage tree on
No,
Oh.
it's about the biodiversity and urban.
Green
forest
Avenue.
plan.
Oh, okay, was,
No, we're not to that one yet.
okay, I can wait. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right, let's turn to the online commenters on the biodiversity and urban forest plan.
We have two right now. So first is gonna be Michelina.
Hi, Michelina. It's your turn to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Ah, wonderful, thanks. Great, well, this is my third meeting on the biodiversity plan I'm attending, so it's wonderful to be here. I'm a Mountain View resident for 2 years. I've been following the progress of the plan closely. Huge shout out to SFEI, they do really good work around the Bay. All right, so now on to substance. Just have mostly a lot of questions that might help inform some of the direction that SFEI and the city are taking. So first of all, one of the commenters already said this. Some of the questions in those workshops, public workshops, are a little confusing for people who don't have a background in ecology or like conservation biology. I personally do, however, I did go with my partner and there were some questions around that were that still had some jargon in them. So I would just encourage you guys to review with a lay member a bit more how legible the questions are to the public. There was one question that I don't quite remember the wording, I wish I did, but it was around whether something like whether the city should continue to fund or help private owners who have a tree planted on their property continue to care for the tree. That was a little bit too niche, I think, for anyone in the public to have to answer. I think that's more of like a policy question left to the city. Other things I wanted to say, I would actually love a session that is focused on people with a background in ecology to work on the plan and like in a public workshop forum. And I was hoping that would eventually be advertised. So I would personally advocate for that. I'd also like to ask if there would be an opportunity for general public input in the plan. That might have been mentioned, and I'm sorry if I missed it, but I do look forward as a member of the public with a background in this topic to actually weigh in and give some line edits. So yeah, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing that.
And then next we have Bruce England.
Hi, Bruce, it's your turn to speak on the biodiversity plan.
Hi, and thank you. I'm going to have to talk fast with 2 minutes. Okay. I appreciate all the work that staff and the consultants are doing on this plan so far. And I've been sharing information about it across my networks as much as possible. And I look forward to seeing more as we work our way forward. I've already provided plenty of comment that I won't repeat here, but I do have 4 new ones to share tonight. 1, I very much like the cross-department collaboration that Brenda covered tonight. And I'd love to see even more of this, as it helps to break down unnecessary and counterproductive siloing and encourages synergistic thinking. Along these lines, at recent city meetings, concerns were raised about pavement heat and heat island effects and their impacts on comfort levels and impacts on climate change. To address this, I hope that the plan can include a map of heat island effects across the city landscapes, similar to the maps you showed in the presentation tonight. 2, I encourage a strong public education component to all of this. Anecdotal, but I just learned about one homeowner who has an approval to remove trees in the planter strips by their home. The trees are dead, but apparently this is because the homeowner had not been watering them properly. Also, education could include posting signs on site and or putting information on the city website, noting where related projects are in process or have been completed, as it can be challenging for the average resident to connect a broad-based plan with individual projects they encounter around town. Knowing about the projects can go far to make the plan details that much more real in their eyes. 3, at the Council Transportation Committee meeting last week, discussion about including green in green complete streets is something stakeholders in the community want to see. To help make sure this happens, I encourage plan contributors to use the full phrase green complete streets rather than just complete streets where cited in the plan. Lastly, when the Council Sustainability Committee discussed work on the 2035 climate strategy last week, the lack of coverage impacts on non-human species really jumped out at me. I don't think there's a similar risk with this plan, but I did want to bring this other plan issue to your attention. Thank you.
Thanks. You got it in 2 minutes.
Thanks.
So do we have any other virtual commenters? Okay, I think we're ready to close public hearing on this item. And now we are to commissioner comments, and there's no action here. We're just getting to share our thoughts. Where do you want to start? How about you, Commissioner David? Oh, Commissioner Felia's raised his hand.
No,
Okay.
go ahead with Commissioner Davis.
Commissioner David, how would you like to start?
I'm just making comments.
Yeah.
I like the several threads I hear that are suggesting getting some forum for people that have scientific or ecological biodiversity training. I think you were sort of alluding to how do we get conversation at a different level of engagement. I like that. It sounds like it's not in your scope. It'd be great if that could be considered. I spent this past weekend working on the Mariposa pollinator garden. I drove to the smart station, picked up a truckload of compost, rototilled it in with my neighbors. We're all working together. We're very pleased with the cooperation that the city is providing us. And I heard enthusiastic birders and owl supporters talking about their volunteer efforts today. I know the Cuesta pollinator garden is flourishing. So I hope there's a place in the report that really talks about how we leverage the community. It's not just the Russell, the city staff and arborists, but what are the resources that can be brought by the community? Can neighborhoods make patches? What are the methods to encourage that kind of contribution? So maybe there's something there. Thank you.
I don't really have a lot to, and all these things that I've heard tonight, just I can't thank people enough for taking their time to come tonight and adding, giving us input or giving you input as well. I just like the progress we're making and wish you the best going forward. And I've got October 17th on my calendar. And so I plan to attend as well and see how it goes and looking forward to the next steps.
Commissioner Bryant.
Yes, thank you. So yes, I like practically every word I heard from the public. For me, what I'm hoping from your plan is like a paradigm shift to start looking at nature as part of what we incorporate into everything we do in town. Basically, long live the critters, but to make it livable for people. And so when you showed the analysis of the patches, I was a little taken aback until I thought, no, this is just what they've done. They're continuing with other things because I've read your publications. Because we are a pretty built up city and we don't have many patches of that size, 10-acre patches. My interest is really in trying to think of the connecting corridors of the smaller matrices of how we can make a change in the lived environment that will benefit us and benefit the critters. So that for me, the trees are like our infrastructure, and just like we don't ask people, would you like a plumbing line? Would you like a tree? A tree is infrastructure like a plumbing line. Would you like an electricity pole? No, I would not like an electricity. That's irrelevant whether I want it or not. So with all the great benefits of having the community input at the pop-ups, a lot of people in the community are not well informed. And so having the task holders, having maybe a meeting with people who have thought about this deeply, who have thoughts about it, who have done a lot of reading, would be a lot of benefit. You have all the expertise, but there's also expertise in the community. So I would very much like, well, it would be great to at least, if we do nothing more than at least for the large community meeting, there might even be a breakup group, a breakout group, like we sometimes do by neighborhoods. We could do a breakout by people with degrees in ecology. I don't mean that, but that kind of idea. Now you were saying that you care for critters, and I care for oak trees. That's kind of my, put an oak tree here and everything will be fine. So Palo Alto, I think, has a list of oak trees. And I think as a keystone species, as a tree that gives a lot of canopy, I think we should look at those not just as the aggregate of canopy, but look at oak trees as a species of particular interest, because it belongs here for one thing. It wants to be here because it sees itself everywhere. And if you came up with a recommendation for us to have an oak tree list, I would really appreciate that. I've talked to staff about it before. So I'm hoping that we get from you a plan that makes it possible to have a paradigm change, a plan that makes it possible for us with community input, with our priorities to change our tree list. And I mean, with all due respect to redwood trees, they don't like recycled water and they don't necessarily belong here. We need to look at what belongs here and stop planting what doesn't belong here, even though it's called a native, but California is a big state. So I'm very excited to see the rest of your work. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Mitchner.
So yeah, just a few comments. First of all, I thought the vegetation and the tree coverage maps were fascinating. I would love to be able to drill down on them. I don't know whether we'll ever have that capability to sort of see where things actually are in various neighborhoods and stuff like that. Something better than the high level view that we got. I thought that the concept of patches and possibly protecting certain areas was interesting. And we'll see how that develops as you move along. I liked that you were able to distinguish between California natives and local natives. Because I think that's an important distinction as climates change and things like that over time. Just in terms of some of the comments that we heard, I thought the concept of engaging Santa Clara Valley Water was thought-provoking, since they have a relationship with our creeks. I don't know exactly what that relationship is, whether they own the land or steward it or discover it. I don't even know what that is, but it would probably important to get them involved. I also appreciated the comment on, sort of the three-dimensional element of things. That was interesting to think about. And in general, I just thought a lot of the comments were really interesting and informative. So again, I'm looking forward to seeing all these pieces come together. I can sort of start to see it formulating, and I look forward to future presentations.
Great, well, thanks, everybody. I'll just do a quick mop-up comment then, as you guys nailed it. I want to thank everybody that took the time to come out tonight. I'd like to thank the staff and the consultant for all their hard work on getting this to where we are. And definitely looking forward to these upcoming community engagement opportunities and just seeing what comes out of it. I can see that, what we're really emphasizing is the land that the city has a span of control over, which tends to be city streets, city parks, city rights of way. But I continue to hope that we also include that idea of, I would probably approach it as a case study or a prototype of what could be done on private property towards the goals that we ultimately have in the plan. I, think about what I've done on my property. When I removed the lawn and planted a mixture of native and Mediterranean adapted plants, the biodiversity took off like you wouldn't believe. I probably have 6 or 7 bee species, and there's probably more because they all zip around so fast you can't really figure out what they are. But I've seen ground nesting bees and all kinds of cool stuff that you don't find in the lawn. And that's all, well, some of it's in the city right away, but most of it from the private property. Well, that's just an example of the kind of, it's sort of more aspirational type of case study that I think could really show what going beyond that city-owned property and inspiring people to do things with plan to include, and I would include not just single family, but also, apartment buildings and commercial and those types of things. So keep up the good work. Looking forward to what's to come. I thought I just want to echo what Commissioner Bryan and Commissioner Davis said. It would really be great if we could carve out some piece of these upcoming engagements to allow a little bit more depth in a part of it. Because I understand the difficulty. You've got kind of the beginner mind, you're trying to draw into it, but we've got a lot of really committed people that I sort of feel like they wish there was more than just coming to a park and recognition hearing. So, and commenting on a website. So maybe there's a way to just bake that into something you're already.
Thanks to all the comments here, I actually have some ideas that we might be able to make it work. And that's why we do this, because I didn't think of it and the light bulb went on in my head and I'm like, Oh my gosh, like I think actually it's not scope creep and we can try and make it
Okay,
work. So
well,
thank you all for the
look
great
forward to
comments.
Hearing more
Yeah.
about that.
Thank you.
All right, so at 10:18, well, hopefully we're all waking up to move on to the next item. Thank you all for sticking around. And, does anybody need a fire break? Okay.
Sure. Totally different. This is the shared version and it's in the shared city version. But yeah, it's in that folder. Gotcha. Yeah, I totally have.
Oh, great, okay. So let's have,
existing workshop. It's not for free, I get it. But yeah, but it was for free. Yes, yes, thank you. Go home, go sleep. Yes, thank you, Karen. It's wonderful. We'll stay here, just out of the way. I'll let you two.
No. Hill, 1740 Crane Avenue. So I'll just say a few things about what our process will be. First off, we have two city attorneys here tonight. Assistant City Attorney Diana Paisley will be representing city staff. Hi, Diana. And Senior Assistant City Attorney Williams will be representing the urban forestry. I assume that means it'll help us craft a motion and do things like that when the time comes. Perfect. So the way the process will work, staff will first present a report. Then the appellant, that's the person that appealed, will have 10 minutes to present and speak. Then the applicant, that's the property owner that applied for the tree removal, will have 10 minutes to speak. Then the commission will have the opportunity to ask questions of any of the presenters, either staff, the appellant, or the applicant. Then we'll open to public comment. And close public comment when everyone's had their chance. Then the appellant will have 2 additional minutes to make any final comments, as will the applicant. So they'll each have 2 minutes at the end. And then after that, the public hearing will be closed and the commission will begin deliberations, make a motion and vote. Everybody got that? Okay, so I think we're ready for a staff presentation.
All right, thank you, commissioners, for having us in today. Again, what we're here to discuss tonight is the heritage tree removal application for 1748 Crane Avenue. Just to kind of dig in, I'm going to go through, I'll try and speed this up because we're running a little late tonight. So I'll go through as quick as I can with some facts, open it up to a lot of the questions. Do my best to answer them all kind of towards the end with whatever I haven't covered in here. But tree in general, just want to talk about, it's a Cedrus deodara, otherwise known as a deodar cedar. Approximately 42 inches in diameter at shoulder height. It has a overall canopy height of about 70 feet. Overall health of the tree is considered to be good, and then the overall structure would be considered fair. In terms of health, fairly good green growth, et cetera. In terms of structure, some of the concerns we have are somewhat visible in there, but you can see that there are 3 or 4 at least codominant stems, which aren't always problematic, but they do increase the risk of limb failures or otherwise. So that's why that one received a fair rating for it. So in terms of the application itself, the homeowner had submitted the reasons for removal that they listed. Tree is in danger of falling. Tree has poor structure and unbalanced canopy. Tree does not have proper growth space. Tree removal is necessary to construct improvements. Tree is interfering with utility services, and the tree is growing in close proximity to structures and causing damage or will so in the near future. So those are the ones that were cited. When I take a look at the tree, here's some kind of representative examples. The photo on the left there, the neighbor actually had gone through and pruned this tree either right before or right about the time we received the application. Took a lot of large limbs off of that side of the tree. So you can see in the photograph on the right, little bit unbalanced. Ultimately, the tree has far more reaching branches and so forth on the right side of that right-hand photo versus the one on the left, which would typically have extended over the driveway and perhaps the car. So that's kind of, when we look at the canopy, that's one of the other reasons we look at it and go, well, it's a little bit unbalanced, and ultimately that creates some other issues as well. In terms of wind throw, things along those lines is kind of what we were looking at in terms of that. Property owner also talked about construction as one of the reasons for removal. That photo on the left there, what we have seen has not been approved yet to our knowledge, but ultimately they have plans pending with the city to add a second story to the home there. So that photograph on the left, you can kind of see the red line that runs along the eave of the building there. Ultimately, any of the canopy that were to extend out over that eave, et cetera, would likely to have to be removed. And in reality, it could also be pruned back probably another 3 to 5 feet at a minimum, because while they're constructing vertically, they've got to have that 3 to 5 feet of access to be able to go up, put siding on the side of the building, put windows into the building, things like that. So that red line is the bare minimum what you're looking at, probably to a height of 25 to 30 feet. So that's another concern, is that we've taken some of the foliage off the left-hand side. Now we're going to be taking some additional foliage off over the house, et cetera. We're creating even more unbalanced kind of towards the street or towards the property owner's driveway. Last photo that I'll just share with you here is it's got some of the PG&E flags for where they came out and marked the gas line. If you look really, really closely, kind of at the top of the yellow line, you'll see the gas meter actually on the side of the house as well. But basically, PG&E located that as a completely straight, somewhat unusual for PG&E sometimes, but then it comes completely straight out to attach to the main line or the main distribution line out there near the sidewalk, et cetera. So there's a little bit of concern that could disrupt that gas line, create some other issues. Typically, I'm not going to oversell it. It's not going to create an explosion or anything else along those lines. Those lines that run up to our homes, typically very low pressure, 2 to 4 pounds of pressure, tend to be more flexible poly lines, things along those lines. So definitely has the potential, because of the size, that it could crimp that line, it could disrupt it in that manner, but may not cause anything else, say catastrophic. Again, to be determined is where we're going with that. So summary of our findings, bottom line is that we put it as tree has poor structure or an unbalanced canopy. Additional canopy removal is necessary to construct the improvements at this point.
So there's some concern with that, adding to that unbalanced canopy. Tree has the potential to interfere with utility services. Again, gas lines was the primary concern there. And then tree is growing in close proximity to the structures, et cetera. I'll back up on that one. You can see from the tree to the neighboring driveway there is about 5 feet. And then the distance from the backside of the tree to the front porch is approximately 12 to 13 feet. So those are kind of our distances that we're talking from that structure. I think that was the last slide. Yes, that was what I had for you today, just to kind of keep it short and on point.
Very good, thank you. So a little, as I explained earlier, a little bit different from our usual procedure. What we will do now is the appellant will have their chance to, of up to 10 minutes, to present their rationale for the appeal. And then the applicant will have a chance to present their point of view, and then the commission will ask questions. Okay, so is the appellant present?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you share your name?
My name's Alt, A-L-T or Alex. My dad's been on that street for 76 years. That tree is a twin to another tree of a guy that did a new construction. He kept his tree. They're twins. They were planted at the same time. I guess it was 80 or 100 years ago. He did his new construction with his tree in respect to that deodara. And those flags that were put there that you're saying by PGE were not placed by PGE. I brought PGE out there last year, and I have the note, I have the proof of that. Those flags were put by either him or him. Okay, maybe it's your neighbor, but those flags were not correct. There's no chance of explosion and no chance of the pipelines from the gas meter interfering, because there's tens of thousands of those trees. Tens of thousands everywhere that are literally 10 to 12 feet with the gas meter. I mean, even some way bigger than that. So those flags that the gentleman pointed out were not put by PGE. I have the PGE report on that. And I'm very nervous talking in front of you. I'm sorry, but I have to be here to defend that tree. Eric has sent me numerous texts. This is the gentleman that owned.
Can you address us?
Yeah. He sent me numerous texts that he loves the tree, that he wants to save it, that his dad loves it. All the combat veterans that lived on that street and that block would gather with his kind father under that tree in the 80s and 90s to talk and just to hang out. It was beautiful. All the combat veterans from World War II. And the tree is one of the most magnificent trees I have ever seen. And I've been in movies and movie production, and that tree would be literally in a movie for fairies and just beautiful fantasy stuff. It's so gorgeous. I want you to know that. And he loves the tree, according to his text to me, which I have proof of, and I'm not using that to be against him. I like him, but his neighbor despises trees. And I don't know if that's the neighbor or who. He despises heritage trees. His yard, the neighbor to this gentleman, is all for little potted plants and no adult trees. I want you to understand that. And my neighbor, who could not stay up till 9 tonight, who has the twin tree to that was planted by the original property owner, he built a beautiful home, 2 stories, in respect to the tree. If you could walk by that tree, you would understand that it needs to stay and it's healthy. And like so many tens of thousands of trees here, Los Altos, Saratoga, and Montecito, they are literally 10 feet to 12 feet within the gas meters, bigger ones. So it's not a danger. And this gentleman gave a great report, but there's no gas meter problem. Those flags were false. It's disingenuous to do that. And he knows that. So I want you to understand, it's worth it keeping this tree. He can build his new construction around it. I don't know what the new paradigm is, because he sent me text a year ago that this tree was safe. But all of a sudden, in the last 3 or 4 months, there was a push to remove this tree. And I think it's a monetary one. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm honest. My dad loves Mountain View and we love our trees and we're losing them. We're losing them. We're losing our heritage trees. He knows better. I know that guy. He's younger than me, but we went to school at the same time.
Stick with the tree.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. So please understand that. And I don't know what else to say. I was so scared to come up here tonight, but I want to appeal to your knowledge and your heart. PGE, I have the note right in my bag, is okay with that meter next to it. And there's a lot more cattywampus cut Theodora cedars, a lot more that people love, and they're cut so funny. This one's magnificent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you think of something else, you'll get a chance.
I haven't spoken in public in 15 years. Thank you so much.
Sometimes.
He's a good man. He doesn't understand what's going on.
Okay. Now it's the turn of the applicant. You give your presentation.
I'm Eric Metz. I inherited the house through our family trust after my father died in 2022. And my mother died in that house. I was born in El Camino Hospital. We've owned the house since 1964. Despite the fact what's been said, my dad has hated that tree. I'm allowed to speak, please. It's my turn. The first time I met her was after my father died in 2022. I did not know who she was.
My sister was your babysitter.
Ma'am, you're gonna need. to
Got it,
give
got
this
it, got it,
chance.
got it.
You got your.
Got it. My sister
You'll get
was,
a chance afterwards, so write it down or something.
okay.
She does not live on our street. She lives on the other street around the corner. Just like I said, the first time I met this individual was about 6 months after the passing of my father. I do not know her. The assertion that anybody would place a flag saying there's a PG&E line is completely fraudulent. That line was placed there by the general contractor and the engineer when they submitted the plans to the city of Mountain View. They had to have a survey. And samples for soils. I did not place those flags there. I have an email from the contractor saying the engineer was going to go out there because they had to determine where the gas lines were.
This is the PG report, right here, right here.
It's okay, have it for the record.
He gets his chance now.
One thing nobody is speaking about, but I will say my father has been trying to get rid of that tree for a very long time. Back in the late 90s, I had to dig up the sewer line. It was free labor, and it was because of root damage. And if you look at the permitting for the city of Mountain View, I think it has the date when the sewer line was replaced. I dug that ditch. That's a fact. My dad watched me. Another thing is this, I work in the world of liability. I'm an insurance adjuster who's been adjusting claims 27 years. This tree represents a risk to property and life.
Lie.
We have photographs of his driveway and his roof. My property has damaged his driveway. And if you look at the cracking, you can share the photos with you.
That is a lie.
Can we take out a timeout there, Eric? Can you pause that, Alice? So I'm gonna have to ask you to stop heckling.
Okay, I just want you to
No,
know.
really,
That he's lying.
It's not your turn to talk.
Got it.
Here.
I'm gonna gavel you down next time.
Okay.
I
Okay.
can hand you all the
Go ahead.
photos
Go
if you'd
ahead
like
and
to see them.
continue. We paused it. Well,
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it. So if you look, all the needles seem to fall onto his property. And here's his driveway. The cracking, more cracking, more cracking. Here's the street. And I take the leaf blower as much as I can to be a good neighbor for people. But I can't do that every day of my life. Here's the garbage can with all the stuff that falls off the tree. It falls onto his car, onto his roof. It also falls onto my roof too. It falls in the street and the sidewalk. According to the arborist report that I paid for, there is a limb that is at risk if there's a weather event in the wide apex ratio. I don't know what that means, but they basically said in a severe weather event, there's a possibility that it could fall. A large limb did fall. When my father was alive, it fell onto his house. And you could ask Michael because he took a picture of it. The problem that I'm concerned with is liability. If a limb falls and someone gets hurt, that's on me.
And I work in that world. I adjust insurance claims where those kinds of trees hit homes and people get hurt and homes are destroyed. And his driveway is ruined from my roots. That's a fact. If you look at the pictures that I could provide everybody, I'm responsible for that. And oddly enough, if he goes to replace his driveway, he's gonna have to cut roots that were gonna kill the tree. So it's one of those things, it's a catch-22. He has a right to have undamaged for property, but in the process, he'll be hurting the tree. And so I'm caught, but I have to side with what's right. It's a known fact, my father's been trying to get rid of that tree for a long time. He and my mom used to talk about it all the time. It's a messy tree and it's harmed his property. And there's a lot of root damage that's going under the pavers, and it's right by the foundation of our house now. There's a lump in the pavers and it's a root. So it's the right tree in the wrong place, okay? I spent my life in that tree. I used to climb in that tree. I used to fall out of that tree. I climbed all the way to the top once and the fire department had to come get me out with the ladder. So I'm just letting you know that this is hurtful, but the tree has to go. I'm not proud of it, but for the sake of his property and the value of his property and the mess the tree makes, and there are some heavy limbs at risk of falling, and I was not the ones who put the flags in the ground to mark for the PG&E line. I understand that people, well, show it for the record then.
I'm not gonna lie.
What I'm afraid of is his property damage is gonna get worse, and that's a liability on me. And if I don't do anything about it, I could get sued. And if a limb falls and hits his house or my house or my neighbor's house on the other side, if I don't act and do anything about it, I'll get sued. And I don't want that. So trees had a long life, but it's causing a lot of damage and it's messy. And he has a right to fix his driveway. And I'm advocating for the decision that the tree has to go. And I appreciate all the thought that everybody has put into it, but I will not accept that risk. If the city underwrites it, if the city accepts 100% liability, that if that tree falls and hurts somebody or hurts their property, they'll pay for it. Okay, I can wash my hands of it then, but I'll feel okay. But still, anyone who says, and I have to take a little sidebar, anyone that I just met who says they know my family, my father was in the Korean War. He wasn't
I
in
know
World
that.
War
My
II.
sister was your babysitter.
No, she was.
Yes, she was.
She was
I'll
not.
bring her here to prove it.
I'm telling you, and with all due respect,
God.
I've had to call the police to get people to stop calling
You are
me.
such a liar.
I know, I'm trying, but
You're
I'm being
lying.
heckled and I'm not given an opportunity to speak my mind.
Okay, so
I gave her the same respect. I was silent. This is unfair. I will not be harassed or find notes in my mailbox intimidating me not to show up tonight. And that's what's been going on. I'm tired of it. This is a chapter that has to come to an end. The tree has to go. He has to move on. He has property damage.
okay, so you fortunately still have 3 minutes and you keep talking to his.
Thank you.
May I speak
I'll-
one more time?
I'll go back to the facts.
When
Okay.
he's done.
Okay, thank you.
So here's his roof with all the needles on it. It happens every week. And he has to pay to get that off. And all the needles are in his yard. He has to pay someone for that as well. And I show up as much as I can to help, but I can't continue to do that. Here's the street again. What I'm concerned about is what I see as the staff's recommendations. The staff of Mountain View is recommended to take the tree out. So I would say if the staff is recommending it, it should happen. I agree. And that's all I have to say. I don't have anything else to say. It's your turn if you'd like to
Thank
speak.
you.
Okay, so now we will, not yet return. Now the commission has the opportunity to ask questions of the presenters, including staff, the appellant, or the applicant. So does any one of the commissioners have a question? Commissioner Mitchner.
So I have several questions. So first one for the city,
Forestry.
other than the over pruning on one side, does the tree appear generally healthy?
Yes,
Is it possible it could live another 20, 40 years?
yes.
Another question. And this probably for you. Does the driveway repair necessarily have to cut roots? Or could new concrete overlay the existing roots?
So that ultimately is kind of a to be determined situation. But historically, what I prefer when we're dealing with issues like that, remove the driveway, let's take a look at everything, let's determine how many roots need to be cut, et cetera. That allows us to make a better evaluation rather than just saying there's roots under there, they have to be cut, we need to remove it.
Okay. You sort of answered this, but maybe how long ago was the largest of the branch cuts done? And I think that's the lowest one. It was approximately, just so everybody knows, probably most of us actually go out and look at the site. So that's why I didn't necessarily look at all the pictures. We visit these places and look. So the lowest branch cut, how long ago was that done?
That was about 2019.
Okay.
And this was the picture. The tree fell off on Eric's roof when his dad was alive. And this is the branch broke and it hit my car at the driveway.
And then I guess my only other question for right now is, so as I read the report, you cut the branches on one side of the
Because
tree.
it was hitting down. Yes, it was just broke.
Did you provide consent? I'm just curious, you would have had to come onto your property to cut your trees, branches,
Well, my
was there-
parents back then were alive.
Okay.
And
Is that correct?
I wasn't living there at the time, so I have no knowledge of if I said yes or not.
Did you say you had
Yes.
permission? You had, okay.
His father just permitted.
That's what I got for you.
Okay, Commissioner Bryant, do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. Mr. Davis, do you have any questions for anyone? Staff, the applicant?
Questions for everybody.
I'll answer.
Mr. Hanson, you had your position with the city of Mountain View for 10 months?
Approximately, yes, a little less.
This application was submitted before your tenure with the city.
That is correct.
So this preliminary ruling was written by somebody else.
That is correct.
Would you have made that same judgment?
Probably not.
You, I assume you have been out to the property and looked.
Absolutely, yes.
Is it not true that Cedrus Theodora is a taproot structure?
It really varies. When it comes to trees, there are absolutely some species of trees that have more of a tendency to produce a taproot. Unfortunately or fortunately, not necessarily here or there, but typically what happens is that taproot forms when the seed first kind of develops, and that lays down to get as deep as it can to find the water because the water may not be near the surface enough. So it's struggling to get down there, anchor itself as well as find water. What eventually happens is the tree then starts to develop its more natural root system where it's finding water a little bit closer to the surface because of our I'll say seasonal rains from basically March in most years until October, November. They're relying on lawns, they're relying on other landscapes, they're relying on people washing their cars and it running off. They're looking for that additional water and they're typically only going to find it near the surface. That in addition to our soils tend to be more clay-based, which when as the roots get a little bit deeper, there's less oxygen, perhaps less water, et cetera. So it's just not as conducive. So our roots tend to stay typically top 2 to 3 feet.
The appearance of the neighbor's driveway showed deterioration. It didn't necessarily, in my non-expert opinion, look like heaving. It looked like a driveway that had been there for 50 years.
50 years.
Similar to, from my look, most of the other driveways or similar driveways in the neighborhood.
1989, there's a stamp on it.
I don't know.
1989, there's a stamp.
35. It's been there a while.
Yeah.
Actually, there's 2 slabs.
I guess my question is, can we say conclusively that this cracking is?
No. I would just simply add that I did notice that there were several, let me backtrack, maybe not several, at least a few roots that were along the edge of the driveway or otherwise. So it is likely that they are under there. But based off of my experience, I'm kind of on board with you that I'll say a fair amount of that damage is just natural aging and so forth, subsiding, et cetera, as the soils move with rains and dry out and so forth. That's just kind of what naturally happens with concrete. But that doesn't mean that all of the damage is from that natural process. There's some that could be by roots. Without exposing it, I can't say.
Thanks for that.
Sure.
I think that's the end of questions. I'll probably have comments later.
All right. Commissioner Felios, do you have any?
I do have a few.
Questions of any of the folks?
The first one I have is for the applicant. You originally filed the application and then you pulled it back, I understand, and you.
I didn't really understand the process or how it worked.
It's right here on the phone.
So when I understand that I went down to the city and I had to pay a fee and then you hang a placard on the tree. And this person signed it, the appeal. I didn't know I can appeal her appeal. I just thought it was over. And then I started to review and I talked to a neighbor or two and I had a look at the website and then I realized that there's a whole process involved. But that's why there's a huge gap in between. I just didn't know the process.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. Thank you. For our city attorney, liability with regards to should the commission recommend that the tree stay? Is the city liable because of the decision of the commission?
If it's not a street tree, meaning the city has no ownership in it whatsoever, the answer would be no. If it's on private property, it's a private tree.
Okay.
It's a city tree.
Well, it's for city staff. Is it gonna grow anymore? Or is it full?
It will continue to grow, but it is likely to be in a reduced growth rate because it has reached somewhat maturity.
Okay, thanks. And then also, so with the argument here with PG&E, PG&E, to your knowledge, doesn't have any concern about.
I have the report right here.
Long story short, this is a battle that I had fought in the city of San Jose in my prior employment. They approached us in San Jose with a list of probably 5,000 to 6,000 trees that they wanted to remove. The majority of those were over gas transmission lines. They were not over distribution lines. Big difference in terms of size of pipe, pressure, all kinds of other concerns. Even in the scenario where they came at us with the transmission lines, we were successful in reducing it from 5,000 to only about 400 or so. So there is a concern by PG&E. We frequently are approached by homeowners when they go to plant a street tree that they'll get the underground markings done to make sure they're digging safe. Ultimately, when PG&E visits, they will absolutely speak to the property owner about not planting over the top of their gas distribution lines. So there is some concern there. I just don't know how warranted it is. They have never approached me in any of my career or otherwise. I've never heard them other cities or otherwise approach about removing trees over distribution lines indiscriminately, I'll say.
Thank you, Matt. I'm not sure anybody can answer this one, but I live in a similar plot of land. And I know that on our block, we can't construct a second story. We're not allowed to have a second story because of the square footage of the property, et cetera. Where I'm on a cul-de-sac where the people in the pie-shaped parts, they have second stories and they put in second stories and they were allowed to because of city guidelines. I was just wondering, has the city said that you can have the second story based on the size of your lot? Because your house is not unlike my house.
The plans are in plan check and they're expecting to get a permit any day now.
Okay.
And everything's done to code. And yeah. In fact, if you walk on the other side of the block, her street, there are two-story homes that are fairly new.
And they're right next to the gas meter,
Same size lot.
same trees.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all I had.
Okay,
The others were already asked, so.
thank you. Yeah, that answered a lot of my questions, but I'm still finding that I'm not completely clear whether this is within the city's right of way or on a private property.
We originally determined it to be on private property.
It's not, I'm sorry.
Why do you
It has
say
been
that?
checked. It has been checked. That's the city property and the city.
No, it's on private property,
Who
actually.
checked it? How? Help me understand.
You're a liar, by the way.
Okay, let's
I'm
tone
sorry.
that down, please.
Should I
You're
answer?
a liar.
Yes.
Okay. The previous person who was your supervisor, they came to the property. I had a magnolia tree right on the same line. And this tree is 50% cities and 50% private. And we legalized that. We said like, this is it. And once they agreed on my magnolia tree, which was basically lifting the driveway, lifting the sidewalk, I'm sorry, to see all that grinding the city has done for the safety of the public, they agreed to remove that, and they removed that with the city, permission by the city employee. It's on the record, 1752 Crane Avenue.
Okay.
Please do
So
that.
typically, I'm making this up, but I expect this is a 32-foot curb to curb road. That's usually what they are.
Yeah.
And in a 50-foot right of way. And the right of way, it does not mean the city owns it necessarily. It means
Correct.
It's a right of way.
Correct. Yeah, so not necessarily the 50s and the 30s and so forth that you're talking about, but what we typically do in the tree department is when we look at just a quick assessment, we include the sidewalk, which is typically 5 feet, and then we go 5 feet behind that. In the situation where the sidewalk is flipped, where it's a detached sidewalk, there's typically a 5-foot park strip, then a 5-foot sidewalk. But that right of way is typically 10 feet from back of curb.
Right, so.
And that's where when I looked at this today, I don't feel like it's a street tree. I don't feel like it's in 10 feet. It absolutely starts to get close to that 10 feet. But I would want to go back and remeasure before I change that.
The city's attorney for the Urban Forestry Board, what would be the definition of the right of way in this neighborhood context?
In this neighborhood context, I'm not completely sure.
So nobody looked at what the actual dedicated public road and right of way is in this Crane Avenue. Okay, all right.
If this
Yeah.
helps, sure.
I was gonna say, to some extent, we're evaluating the tree on its condition and so forth.
Right.
Private or public isn't necessarily a critical factor for
Because it's
us.
a heritage. I see.
Yeah,
it.
not to defend it or otherwise, but
Coming out.
If I may, Assistant City Attorney Diana Fazeli, representing city staff. I think this might go to the liability of the decision that's being made. And I just want to make it clear, section 32.36 says that the city and its officers and its employees are not liable for what your rules here are under the urban, under this chapter of the code, which is the protection of the urban forest. So I really wanted to make that clear.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a good point to bring up.
Mhm.
Okay, so right now we're at the place where we are not completely sure, but we think that it is actually on the tree is on the private property, just to get some of the facts correct. I know that the span of this heritage tree ordinance, it applies to private property as well. That sounds like somewhat irrelevant, whether it's private or public.
Can I speak?
Not right now.
Okay.
So, shoot, I had another question. Oh,
Sure. Sorry.
a question to the city's urban forest coordinator or whatever I did.
I got you. Call me tree guy.
Russell Hampson. So have you seen a Deodar cedar of this size and, just kind of generically pruned in a way that would remove the side branches and create more of a straight trunk and this tree still be viable? Like, have you seen trees be
Absolutely.
really pruned to treat the
Absolutely.
structure problems?
But where I go with that is that depending on the level of pruning, what it typically does is it may accelerate the maintenance cycles. The trees naturally, when you start to take off more than 20 to 25% of their foliage, will start to, what they feel like is recover. They have to reproduce foliage to keep feeding itself. The sugars, the starches, everything else to create that photosynthesis. They're going to put out as much new growth as they possibly can.
Typically
So you
from the
end up,
trunk, not
depending on if there were some structure branches, they may come off of that. But bottom line is, it's going to require accelerated maintenance. It is more likely to fail, et cetera, with that type of growth.
Okay, and then I have a question for the applicant. Have you looked into what it would take, because you did hire an arborist, to retain the tree and still do your home remodel plans? Have you looked into it? I'm asking him a question now.
Can you please ask the question again?
Sure. Have you hired an arborist
Yes.
who prepared a report? Did you ask them what it would take to retain the tree at all? I'm just curious. Okay,
No, I
all
didn't.
right. Okay, thank you. I don't think I have any other questions. So now we will open to public comment. So that would be, I think, probably people that have neither the applicant or the appellant. So we've got one person present in the audience and we've 5 on the call. Is that right?
There is. We have 2 and no hands at this.
Okay, all right. So is anyone interested in speaking about this matter to the commission? I do have, well, I had Margaret Dawson's, but I don't see,
She's a resident in the neighborhood.
yeah, I don't see Margaret.
May
Margaret.
have left.
She might have left. And then okay. Great, thank you. And then, so the other card I have is Michael. Yes. Would you like to make any comments?
Tree hater.
Do you mind to bring that slide you took from the trees? There was 2 pictures from the tree.
The full canopy show?
Yes, please.
And so I'll ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes.
3 minutes,
And,
certainly, as soon as the picture goes up.
Yeah, and when the picture is up, we won't have the timer showing, so I'll give you a verbal 1 minute.
Thank you. Okay, just by looking at this tree, you could look at the pictures. None of them were taken at the same angle. So you cannot basically judge the picture, say which canopy is correct, which canopy is not correct, because they are not the same picture from the same angle. So this is by
Correct.
false. This is by false.
90-degree
No,
angle
that's
difference.
by false, anyhow. On the next door residence, as you can see on the pictures I provided you, I had to change my roof earlier because it was damaged by all the needles and the debris was on the roof. The roof you see right now is been put up in 2015. And I have to maintain the roof basically every 10 days, send the people up there or myself to go clean up the roof. The If you speak one more time, I'm gonna call the police and have you removed.
You can do whatever you want. You're
Could you
lying
please
outright.
have them?
Okay, well, why don't you just keep
Lying
talking to
outright.
us and let me deal with her?
Because she's just looking.
I'll deal with this lady, not you.
You know, what would be great is if you could change where you're sitting.
Well,
Do you mind moving over?
he doesn't like me because I like trees.
I know, but it's hard to speak when somebody's.
I didn't do
following
anything.
you.
Okay.
And would that be okay if you
Sure.
move maybe to the back?
So I called PG&E and PG&E came because I have the same leak in my property from the supply line to the meter. And they came and they changed the line. And I asked him like, how old are these pipes? He said like relatively long, lifelong of these pipes are about 50 to 75 years. And this house was built in 1952. So we are at the 72 years old pipe. And as you could see in the pictures, this is not fabricated, this is not done. You have the same picture over there. The gas line is right at the trunk of this tree, okay? Possibility of this gas line leaks is a lot. According by PG&E, according by geological structural engineer I had at my property. I've been cleaning the property for God knows how long. I have not been able to park my car on my driveway because all the debris and everything just falls down. And I cannot utilize, I cannot plan anything in my front yard. I have everything in the plots that I can do because if I put it on the ground, it will die.
1 minute.
Thank you. It will die. And I cannot really do anything with this property because the wind blows everything into my property first without going anywhere else. And that is just really becoming really frustrating. And it just like, it really doesn't make sense. I'm the property owner. I have to be able to enjoy my property, but I can't drive. No, I cannot park my driveway. I have to clean my roof and constantly. Now I have to just do my driveway. And this tree is the Theodore tree. It's not heritage tree. It's heritage by diameter, but not by the species. That's for sure. That's why writing the report you guys have here. It's not endangered species. It's just basically heritage tree because of the diameter. And if everything, and by the way, this tree, you could go to the legals and we could see that it's right on the border for the city tree and the private tree. And that where comes the city attorney's liability. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So as I say, it's 103.
Okay, are there any commenters, any raised hands on the online meeting? Okay, so we're going to close the public comment now. So now the appellant.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I was passionate.
You
Oh
have
my
2
goodness.
minutes to rebut or.
Got it. I got it. I have the PG report that I did when he first signed up for this, Eric Metz. And I just want to mention my sister, she's probably listening right now. She's in La Jolla. She was his and his brother's babysitter for many years.
If you want to share that with.
Okay, I just want, this gentleman right here, I don't know if he's a gentleman, he does not like trees. He never has and he never will. And you know I'm right. I will not lie to any of you. Any of you guys can come over to my dad's house. He's been there 76 years on that street. And I will walk you by that tree and you'll see it doesn't create needles. I have a huge tree over my house. The needle thing is a normal thing. You sweep them off twice a year. You have your gardener. This man does not like trees. That's BS. Wait a minute. His whole yard is potted plants. You took out a magnolia because you said 5 or 7 years ago that the magnolia was going to interfere with the gas lines. That's a lie. I'm not saying he's a liar, but he does not like trees. For some reason, what? Come look at my house. Any of you are invited. I'll take you out to dinner. Yeah.
If you will keep your comments regarding to the tree.
Got it.
Please.
I will. Thank you.
And not about the person.
I get passionate. Sorry. So I have the PG report. Those flags, the PG guy said they were not put there by PGE. It's a safe gas line, tens of thousands of trees in Montecito, Saratoga, Los Altos. Hawthorne Drive is a great example. Mountain View, tens of thousands of huge trees are literally 2 to 10 to 12 feet from the homes. and the gas lines. That is, I'm sorry that this is happening. I don't know what's wrong with Eric. He's getting an under the table money offer because I have his message here. I have your message.
That's gotta stop right
No,
there.
no, I have your message.
Guys,
That has to stop.
knock it off. You're talking to us.
Okay.
And you're talking about the tree.
Thank you, thank you. I have a message that he wrote me after I did the first appeal. How he loves the tree, how his neighbor hates it and wants it removed. I have it right here. I do not lie. I have no reason to lie to any of
Okay,
you.
you've got 3 seconds to wrap up.
So you heard my piece. Please come see the tree. There's no damage from that tree. Thank you. Please understand the truth. I'm sorry.
Okay, so now you are going to need to hold your peace for
Okay.
the rest of the meeting.
Okay.
You can't do that.
I will. I appreciate it.
All right, we've heard you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now it's your turn, and then that will be all,
Someone else, please.
okay,
You don't have to stand at this podium.
Okay, good. All right, well, I'm cool with that. Briefly, any assertion that I'm getting money for this, completely false. I don't like this process. It's emotional. It reminds me of I've lost my parents and now the tree, okay? Now, what I find very interesting is your own staff wrote all these recommendations to get rid of the tree. And with all due respect, you seem to be reversing it.
Aw. Sorry.
I would just like to know why the staff said all those things and the recommendations to remove it, yet we show up at the hearing and someone from the staff is reversing it. That's your opinion, that's fine. You're entitled to it. I don't do what you do. But can I ask a question of the attorney?
no, now's your chance to make some comments, and if you would like to offer us your thought.
Well,
We can,
okay, fine. If the city ultimately says the tree stays and anything happens to a neighbor or a limb or anything else, that's on me then.
Put it on me.
That's on me.
Put it on me.
So I need something in writing. I don't want to get sued for something that's beyond my control. I tried, I followed the process. And if the city says no, okay, I need it in writing in case something happens. I could say, I tried, they said no, my hands are clean. Probably get sued anyways.
Yep.
okay, remember what I said about you had your turn in there, and you will have to be quiet to stay in this room, okay?
That's all I have to say.
Okay.
Thanks for hearing me.
All right, thank you. So we have opened the public comment, we've closed the public comment, and now it's the commission's turn. So that means it's not all your turn. And if you speak, you will be heckling, and that's not permissible, okay? The commission will now begin deliberations, make a motion, and vote. Looks like Commissioner Mitchner would like to start, and if you would not mind, I can see how incredibly emotional and difficult this has been for both the appellant and the applicant. And the commission is committed to being as fair as possible within the city's ordinance about historic trees, or heritage trees. Thank you.
All right, so one of the reasons I want to go first is I'm a little bit on the fence, and this evening didn't help it any. So anyway, I just wanted to share my thoughts, and then I want to listen to what other people have to say. So again, I'm torn on this one. I think I could make a case for either side. On the one hand, I think the tree meets several conditions for removal. It has an unbalanced structure. It's close in proximity to a gas line. And future construction improvements could further erode the tree's health, both from additional pruning as well as the tree's proximity to the new structure, which will inhibit its growth. In addition, city staff reports that any mitigation, whether it's from the driveway repair or during construction, that could further weaken the root and branch structure of the tree. I also acknowledge that it's probably a difficult situation when your tree is forcing your neighbor to pay for regular repairs. On the other hand, I think this is really a majestic tree that stands out in the neighborhood. It doesn't appear that the branches cut by the neighbor were large ones. I'm just going by what I saw when I saw it, except for perhaps the lowest one. And it seems, it sort of got to the question that you raised, it seems possible that with strategic pruning on the other sides, this tree could become relatively well balanced. It's more balanced than it is today. I didn't see any noticeable lean today. And both the staff tonight and the arborist report, you sort of dig through it, and I'll get to that in a second, acknowledge that the tree's in reasonably good health. Similar to Commissioner Davis, I looked at the driveway. We've definitely seen far worse in terms of root structure to concrete and to sidewalks, and I was actually surprised that it was as little as it was given the size of the tree and all of that. What I can't fully ascertain in this situation is and sort of where I need to rely on expert opinion is the likelihood of failure in the future, given the unbalanced pruning and how the chances for failure might be increased by driveway repairs or other construction that might cut or damage the roots. I also found it difficult because I thought the arborist report was really inconsistent. When I look at the arborist report, I looked at one page where it says structure and health conditions. It says the tree is in fair structural condition. And then at the end, on reasons for removal, it says the tree may have poor structure. And I mean, the arborist actually in his appendix defines fair and poor differently. So those are sort of loaded words. The arborist report also said in structure and health conditions, it said there is no sign of moisture or nutrient deficiencies at this time. There is no sign of disease, infestation, decay, biological or mechanical damages at this time. So that's what it says in the report. And then at the end, it says the tree may have poor structure, low vigor, be diseased, or have other potential structure. So I mean, maybe I don't read this report properly, but I find this report inconsistent and not real helpful. I guess I could use it in different ways, but to me, there's enough in here that it actually makes the tree look like it's in pretty good health. I'd also note that if we can need to double check this, it's been a while, that if we decide that the tree were to stay, this can be revisited again in the future if conditions change. I think that's my understanding of the rules. So anyway, those are my initial thoughts, and I'll look forward to listening to what others have to say.
Sure. Okay, so it periodically happens that staff makes certain recommendation about heritage tree, and it gets appealed and it comes to the heritage tree board, and the heritage tree board does not always agree with staff. And that happens, I don't know, once a year maybe. I haven't counted, but it happens periodically. It's not a extraordinary event. And the heritage tree board, our function is to save and protect trees if possible. Like Commissioner Mitchell, I read the arborist report and the trees in fine. Not an impressive arborist report. And so I went, as I'm sure all of us went, to look at the tree. And it's a magnificent tree. I didn't see, I looked around it, I stood. It doesn't look that unbalanced. It looks like a tree in great shape. And what's more, it's very few significant trees in the area. But as I also usually do, I walked around the neighborhood a little, and on one of the adjacent streets, I saw a similar tree very close to a two-story house. So obviously two-story houses can be built with trees look similarly big. So I don't think your ability to add to your house is taken away by the tree. You might need to make some changes to the house. But we have it's our job to look at the tree and think, is the condition so critical? Is the damage so large? Is the risk so great that no matter how wonderful the tree is, it has to go? And from the arborist report, I don't see that this tree poses a greater risk than any of the trees we have. My neighbor had a thriving oak tree and one day it fell on his house. And luckily nobody was hurt, but trees do fall, like hurricanes come out of the sky, like earthquakes happen. We can't have a promise that nothing will happen. I looked at the driveway and it looked to me in good shape compared to my driveway, the driveways of my neighbors. I didn't see a major problem, and I don't see a good enough reason for taking out this tree, given that our duty is to protect the tree if possible. God bless you. So those are my thoughts.
Okay.
Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. I'm sorry for the motion conflict that is involved in this. I in no way relish telling a private citizen what they can do on their own property. I view our role here solely in terms of the observance of the ordinance and responding to it. So I sympathize completely with the property owner. I have a 80-foot deodora cedar and a 50-foot deodora cedar, as well as a number of redwood trees on my property. Every 3 years, I am calling arborists to come prune and maintain it. We're going to look at the ordinance and the meeting materials tonight. We had an attachment for section 3235 on the criteria for removal. That's part of the ordinance. The part of the ordinance 3225 that was not included in the package states any person that owns, controls, or has custody or possession of any real property within the city shall maintain and preserve all heritage trees located thereon in a state of good health. Failure to do so will constitute a violation of this section. So I've looked at the many criteria here, and it's my opinion that, this is largely a maintenance issue. I'm prepared to accept the appeal and conditionally deny the application until such time as we can maybe work out other arrangements. I find it interesting to go to the arborist report, which I too found a number of inconsistencies in, but there's some language here that trees are living organisms that fails in ways we don't fully understand. We only speculate. to live near trees is to accept a degree of risk. The only way to eliminate the risk associated with the trees is to eliminate the trees completely. And, you know, I'm looking at this discussion in the context of all our earlier discussions this evening. And the enormous community focus on biodiversity, cannabis, tree preservation. The way the ordinance is written and what's stated here and what I consider to be some inconsistencies or maybe misrepresentations in the application. And I guess my suggestion is we, as a commission, suggest not permitting the removal at this time. And seeing if there are some other visions that can be worked out to maintain the tree, support the resident in that regard. And just recognize that maintenance is part of the deal with these large magnificent trees that the community so values. And I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you.
I can't really add anything more than what has been said. I mean, just to reiterate it, I do fall, my personal thing is falling. I don't know, the word's falling is not a good word, but is based on the city criteria. And it's funny that you brought that up because I was going to bring that up as well and talk about the city criteria. You know, there's sometimes when you don't, you know, we're on this board and we swore allegiance to the city when we joined this board, but there are certain things that we may not agree with completely, but have already been written for us and that we have to enforce. And, you know, in looking at a lot of the criteria and looking at the ambiguity of some of the arborists, not this arborist, the other arborist report with regards to, you know, words like may not. Well, what does may not, you know, type of thing? He never says in this report the tree should come down. And so with that, with the fact that we don't know whether the city has approved your plan yet, and also about the possible mitigation on the routes for the driveway, which we, those of us have been on the commission for years know that we talked about this before, that, you know, have you checked, you know, root barrier or things like that in order to protect either the foundation or a company driveway. And like Commissioner Davis, I don't have on my property, but right on our property line, we have a 70-foot pine tree. And you know where all the pine needles are? On my roof. And so I know exactly what the situation is with regards to that. So I can sympathize, you know, with regard to having to clean it up, because I do go up there and clean the gutters and clean the roof, you know, quite often. But that's just part of living there. When I bought it, the house, almost 50 years ago, or no, 40 years ago, excuse me, I knew that tree was there. I just have to live with it. It replaced the sewer line at our house, and it isn't even my tree. You know, but between those things and the city criteria on the heritage tree ordinance, I just don't feel comfortable right now that to have that thing come down, to be honest with you. It is majestic, gorgeous tree.
Thank you.
So, and it's for those reasons, solely those reasons that, you know, and that's why I asked about the PG&E line as well. You know, so.
Okay, well, I'll offer my thoughts and then I'm sure we'll have a little bit more discussion, but one of the things I've been trying to figure out, because in the city ordinance, there's this difference between a development related tree removal permit and just a pure tree removal permit. That the development related removal permit has to do with discretionary approvals. So that would typically be something that wasn't just a building permit, that it had some kind of variance or use permit or something that was a little bit that required a planning department review. And often those don't even end up coming to the urban forestry board. They're evaluated in the context of all the development, like a lot of commercial projects tend to go that route. We don't even see them. And I don't think that there is discretionary permit here on this project. If what he's doing is processing a building permit, that's a ministerial approval. So it would either be yes or no, there's no discretion involved at all. Does the city attorney's office, either of you have any knowledge of what?
Neither of us are involved with the building permit process, but maybe, do you have to?
Well, I mean, the fact that this board is hearing this is not a development related removal permit appeal. Those are heard by the city council. That's
Right.
section 32.30.
Right. And what's the term? Is if we were to approve the appeal, deny the application, would we be doing that with prejudice, meaning that they could not come
No,
again to apply?
it's with prejudice essentially for a span of 2 years unless circumstances change drastically such that the property owner can reapply to the CDD director.
Right, and then
To
we start
restart this
over again,
process.
yeah. But in terms of if there was a development related tree removal permit, this isn't that, so there would be no prejudice against making that application if it were truly requiring some depth discretionary approval.
Correct, but again, if you're
That
talking
isn't
about,
what they applied for, so it would be no prejudice against it.
right, and we're not even in the realm of the development related approval permit because this board would not be dealing with that.
Well, yeah, I mean, that you can draw that conclusion that we don't really have the information much around house application. It was sort of a late to the game. But yeah, that would be what I would draw logically. And that's all pretty technical, but I do think it's kind of relates to the decision we're making. And so my sense is that, well, first I'll start off because I lived on a property in Mountain View for about 18 years with a 90-foot redwood tree. And it was a small lot home that was new when we bought it, and they had to build this home around the redwood tree. And part of the foundation was even cantilevered so that they didn't have to excavate. They did extensive measures to avoid damaging the tree. So we had our great new house and this gigantic redwood tree. And so I have lots of experiences of, big storms where you had like a 6-foot coating of redwood tuff across the entire lot and the street and the car. And yet I loved the tree. It made the property. And so I kind of bring some of that to this situation where when I walk down Crane Avenue, that tree kind of makes the street and it makes it memorable, makes it unique. And, that's getting into some of the balancing criteria that's in the ordinance. I mean, this is clearly a heritage tree and but I think I'm siding with some of the other commissioners that in the thought that it seemed like probably should call it major pruning could be conducted to balance the canopy better, which since the primary issue is that it's unbalanced now, that it had the branches removed on one side. And that otherwise the tree is in at least good health and with that pruning, you could do the construction that is anticipated. So, would anyone like to think about making a motion?
Can I say something before you guys make a motion?
I'll be happy to make a motion. Let me ask Let's be informal and I'll just say Russell, it'll be easier if you don't mind. Do you think the tree is so unbalanced that it needs to be pruned? Because I've seen trees, fine, PG&E doesn't do a good job, but I've seen any number of trees around town that are amazingly more unbalanced than that. So granted, I'm no more than a tree hugger. I look at a tree, I think it's beautiful. It didn't jump to my eyes as something that absolutely immediately needed to be pruned. Is it your sense that it does, that it's just critical?
I do believe the tree needs to be pruned to address some of that, but I do not think it is critical. Does that give you the answer you're looking for?
Yes, basically.
Ultimately, it has extended branches that are heavy end weights and so forth. A lot of that needs to be addressed. That will address some of that balance as well, is what I'm really getting at. Balance is also something that is very difficult for us to say, this is too unbalanced, it will fall in the next 6 months. It's just, again, anecdotally off of our experience, looking at trees, seeing what's failed previously, et cetera. I don't think this one is critical, no.
All right, I will make a motion, if I can figure out what motion to make.
So, just to talk it through a little bit, so we had a package that was oriented to denying the appeal and approving the removal. But what we're talking about is granting the appeal and denying the removal.
So if I understand correctly, basically what the PRC will do is give its reasons for accepting the appeal and denying the request with our reasoning for it, and staff will put it together. There isn't language, there is language for denying the appeal. There isn't language there for accepting the appeal.
The board will make findings orally and staff will incorporate the findings in the decision.
Right.
And that's.
So that's nothing that would need to return for approval, right?
I do think our,
Yes.
No, it will not come back to the PRC.
So if we put together like a bullet list of our reasons for accepting the appeal and denying the request, staff will be able to put the resolution together.
So, sorry if I may, a resolution will not be drafted, so essentially you on the record would be providing. The motion will describe the decision and the reasoning for the decision, which essentially is that none of the criteria set forth in section 32.35 have been met. And that would be part of your motion and it would be reflected in the minutes, and that's how it would be set forth in writing.
That was clear and.
So Jonathan has something he wanted to say, and then I wanted to.
just procedurally, if I may, I think my suggestion is our order of conduct here. To make this clear for staff and for the records, we're specifically rebutting the 3 items that appear in the staff memo, which is the unbalanced canopy cannot be mitigated. False. The condition of the tree with respect to the proximity of existing proposed structures, I think is debatable, and the potential interference of underground utilities is in question. So, I mean, I think we can say we're not ready to accept the staff reasoning here. I would be, there's one other thing that didn't get mentioned earlier, which, and maybe it doesn't need to be mentioned now if we're not accepting it. But the mitigation proposal of 1 15-gallon fruit rate is entirely unacceptable. So if we reject it and it comes back later and it's approved, I guarantee you the mitigation burden is going to be much greater than that. Given what's, we're talking about doubling the floor area ratio of the house, markedly increasing the value of the house. A 15-gallon fruit tree is not going to cut it for mitigation. So my suggestions are resolution, our resolution as a rebuttal of the 3 points that are provided in the city statement.
So,
I would, if I could go ahead.
sure.
I don't think I agree with what you just said. I don't feel that I'm rebutting that some of the criteria for removal are actually in existence in this situation. But I think I'm, speaking for myself, I would say that the balancing criteria are mitigating against removal, even in the face of some of the existence of the criteria. The criteria for removal are being met in some, even though they're being met, to read the city's ordinance, the balancing criteria, my position is that those mitigate against removal, even though some of the criteria for removal are met.
So I disagree with both of you.
Straight up of that.
From what I understood, we can make it very simple. Okay, our decision at this point is final. If the property owner wants to start the process afresh, or if something happens where the condition changes and the tree just needs to be taken out because something unforeseen happens, then the process will start again. And so I think you gave wording that I was going to say, just write it down, and I'm perfectly happy with it. The balancing conditions are important, but I think the reasons for taking out the tree, I do not accept. But I don't think that there is a debate here. And we don't need to rebut an argument. What we need to say is the conditions have not been met. And we accept the appeal and reject the request. If that is legally enough, that's what I would be. That's what I would be happy with, just
Stay at that level, yeah.
Well, section 3235 sub C states that the permit is denied, or the condition, if the permit is denied, the decision maker, you folks, shall provide the applicant with a written statement of the reasons for the denial based on the criteria set forth in that section. So
Yeah, which is why I was modifying it.
Absolutely.
Because I do think.
What I'd throw in there, that the tree's in good health, I'd put that in there. Too. I don't know how that links up with bullet points and stuff. I don't have that in front of me.
Okay, so
I can start typing it and we can look at it and
Okay, that would.
that would help
helpful.
us somewhat.
I mean, so I guess when I look at 3235A criteria for removal, and that some of the criteria for removal, you could make a case that they are present. The current condition of the tree with the lack of balance in the canopy could, if you could say that it meets that criteria. And then, it's got damage. Now, it says public nuisance, not private nuisance. I don't know if we would consider, the needles falling on a neighbor as to really be a public nuisance. Nobody's slipping and falling on the sidewalk, right? We're not talking about that. So, and then proximity to existing or proposed structures and interference with, well, we don't really know. We don't have X-ray eyes. We can't look underground and see what's going on between wherever that gas line is and wherever the roots are. But, and then, so that's number one. And then necessity of removal of the tree to construct improvements. I mean, I think staff sort of just did describe that it would, removal, I mean, it would likely need to be shaped and changed, which in a tree, that's pruning. So, there are some aspects of the criteria for removal that are present. However, it's a, landmark heritage tree, and it's removal would, remove a substantial canopy from the neighborhood. It's got, monetary value, scenic value. It kind of moves what the city had in mind when it wrote the heritage ordinance, the health, safety, prosperity, welfare, et cetera. So you don't think we should go through that?
No, but if that can be. I thought we could make it simpler. I do not disagree with anything of what you said, except that all trees drop leaves. That's not called a public nuisance.
Right.
And we don't have to decide whether to take out a tree or not because it drops leaves. Otherwise, we could just take out all tree and resolve the problem of leaf falling. We could start with what Commissioner Mitchell said. The tree is healthy. And it does not seem at imminent risk of falling. And some minor pruning, what were you saying, Commissioner Davis?
I wasn't gonna get into the specific, I was just gonna say that the criteria listed in the draft resolution are disputed. Therefore, we resolve to accept the appeal and reject deny the application.
So let's ask for legal advice. Would that be held enough?
Finding that the removal of the heritage tree does not meet any of the criteria for removal as set forth in section, Mountain View City Code section 32.7.
I wasn't saying it doesn't meet any of the criteria now. I was saying that the three that are listed in the draft resolution are ones that are disputed. The unbalanced canopy, the condition of the feet, the potential interference with underground utilities.
But the board has considered all of the criteria that it had to under 3235.
Yeah.
So I think the record should reflect that.
Okay.
And in my mind, which I'm not hearing lots of people jump up and down about the spot, that while some of the criteria for removal, mostly number one, may be, may or may not be present, that the balancing criteria really mitigates against removal, and that's where we're coming, where it matters, is the balance.
So could we just add that, just say that we do not find that the tree currently meets the criteria for taking out, and in addition, the balancing criteria in this case are very powerful.
I think it would be sufficient just to say that it doesn't meet the criteria for removal in section 32.35 because it includes both those four specific points plus the balancing.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I'm happy to make that motion.
Just a question, I don't wanna derail this, but how does the 3235 and the bullet points we're talking about relate to the actual removal permit? Because if you look at the removal permit, there's check marks in boxes 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, which we're actually disputing. So I don't know how that relates to all this, and maybe in the future there'll be a removal permit that fits more closely to. But if you look at this, condition of tree, number 2, trees in danger of falling. Okay, well, we've been told that that's probably not the case. Tree has poor structure and an unbalanced canopy. Debatable. Tree does not have proper growth space. We don't necessarily agree with that. Trees interfering with utility services. We're not in agreement. So I don't know whether we're supposed to compare against these or whether we're supposed to compare against others, but I don't want to mess this up, so.
Well, application is one point on the situation, and then we have our staff expert provide us their perspective. That's what the whole initial stage is.
No, I'm just saying that it's technically you would want your application points to be linked.
That, we can talk about that. At a
Yeah,
later date.
that's can of worms.
So before you make the motion, can I just make sure that I have the language correct that you're thinking before? So this is what I have now, which I think if
Approving the appeal.
To uphold or approve the appeal, yeah.
Uphold.
So I can't actually really see it.
Could you zoom in?
Yes.
Make the font larger or increase the.
It's only midnight.
I would say deny the heritage tree removal permit,
making this bigger.
or is that what we call it?
Yeah. So. The heritage tree.
Heritage tree removal.
Permit at, we put permit at and then the address.
Yep, at 1748.
Okay, so we don't need to.
Of the Mountain View City House, sorry.
I'm happy with that. I mean, that's a motion I made. Now it's up to the.
You got two lawyers that say it's okay.
So we have, with this, we have the written statement of the reasons for said denial. That's pretty generic up there. I think it complies with C.
Right, the section C, that seems to be separate and apart from this motion here,
Yes,
what we're doing.
so would that be something staff could do, spell it out?
Well, we need to
It
reflect,
says the director or decision maker.
I'm not sure who actually drafts that. I've never drafted that. Okay.
Talked a lot about it.
Well,
Use
just
the
from experience,
audio.
we haven't ever done that.
Okay,
We've come up with it, in previous ones where we,
Mhm.
you know,
That's all.
I'm sorry, it's just history. But that's what we've always voted, this, and then we never had to put anything else in it, but maybe we were violating, I don't know.
well, yeah, I guess circulate a written statement then for your approval and input.
Which that would be prepared by who?
I could prepare that.
Okay,
Back.
so is that a follow-up task? We can
Go
still
back to
take action?
I don't think it needs to go back to the board. We would draft something that reflects your motion, and I don't think it would need to come back to the board for
Yeah,
approval. That it would just reflect your motion.
Yeah.
You could motion that directly to the legal departments, right? If you draft it from your department, you could motion it to you, it's appeal. To the legals, right? Because it has nothing to do with them. So it would be legal between us as a property
Answer
owner,
questions, of course.
as a property owner, as a new lawsuit.
Decision's final.
We're not having a back and
No,
forth.
it's not, it's not, just like it's to legal, not to you guys.
No,
Um,
but sir, the hearing's closed.
No, I'm sorry, we're a property owner, I'm a taxpayer, I'm the one I'm paying your salaries, okay?
Guys, hey, whoa. You can contact
saying
him
that,
later
And
about
you
this.
should have,
No,
you have to protect the people.
sir, I'm
Not the
gaveling you
pe- I'm
down,
sorry.
please
You have
stop
to protect the
talking.
people, people's asset and people investments,
Please stop
not
talking.
just what you have.
So I think our finding is being made orally, and our finding is that the application does not currently meet the criteria. I think we've done our we rendered our judgment.
And just to be clear about this, the decision of the Heritage Tree Board is final. So there is no further appeal here. If something changes in the condition of the tree, then the process can start again. And that's how it works.
Well, that was why I asked about it's called prejudice. If something's been denied, actually, and there's no more appeal, they cannot bring it back. You said something changed, but it would have to be more like an emergency type of failure, yeah.
Absolutely.
Right, I mean, that's what we've always been told. I mean, they can if nothing changes, they can
In
2 years, and if there's a substantial change and that's up to interpretation, then it could come back sooner.
Right.
Okay. I think we're hearing from our legal counsel that we can make a motion, and Allison has got what we discussed on the screen.
I made a motion and seconds it.
I'll still. That's your motion. Oh, and you're second again.
Oh, you got it.
Well, I don't know.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Bryan and seconded by who?
I will go ahead and put my name there.
Commissioner Felios. And I'll just read it. To uphold the appeal and deny the heritage tree removal permit at 1748 Crane Avenue because the tree does not currently meet the criteria for removal in section 3235 of the Mountain View City Code.
Okay, I'll roll call. vote.
Yes, please do.
Okay, Commissioner Mitchner.
Yes.
Commissioner Bryant.
Yes.
Commissioner Felios.
Yes.
Vice Chair Davis.
Yes.
Chair Summer.
Yes. Okay, whew. I think we are ready.
Please do not sabotage that tree.
Move on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Excuse me, our meeting's not over.
Meeting's not over.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, the meeting's not over.
Oh, it's not?
No, we have further items. Can you guys take that outside? Please. Thanks. We have commission, staff announcements, updates, requests, and committee reports. I hope they're.
Are we still on the line?
Let me check.
It may be connected, but she's asleep.
She has her hand up.
We'll start with Assistant Director Crosby.
Hi, everyone. It's almost good morning time, so we'll try to keep this very brief. I look forward to hopefully seeing most of you tomorrow at the Questa Park Fitness Court ribbon cutting. So a reminder that is at 5 o'clock. And I believe Allison might have updated the meeting requests of where to park and those sort of details earlier this evening. Additional fun facts. We have our teen wellness retreat coming up. It is on September 28th. Registration is going on right now. We have a really great lineup of different workshops, self-care activities, and all the fun things that get the teens there, such as food and therapy dogs and other great resources to help support them in their mental health journey. This month marks the closing of the Concerts on the Plaza. So Concerts on the Plaza ends on the last Friday of September. I was unable to make last week's concert on the plaza, but received some photos from staff that showed a really amazing turnout and was told it was almost record breaking. So I've been very pleased with the success of the concerts this summer. And a special shout out and thank you to Recreation Supervisor Michelle Peterson for putting together a really stellar lineup of performances this year. We still have Music on Castro continuing on for the month of September. That program does go through October. We are aware of some potential street work that may take place on the pedestrian mall. That we may need to move a concert here or there in October, but we do anticipate the series will continue. Lastly, coming up soon, I'm sorry, I don't know what day it is. We have the Harvest History Festival coming up on Saturday, September 21st from 9 to 12 at Heritage Park. This is the 5th annual event for this event. And if you haven't been, I highly recommend going. Parking is very difficult, but it is a really fun event and an opportunity to get close with nature, to check out Soil and Water's demonstration garden, and to see the various activities that are taking place. But again, parking is very limited in the area, so park far away and walk in or bike in. Those are, I think, my major announcements for this evening, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Who else was going to offer any announcements, updates?
In order to get out of here before midnight, I think we're done.
Okay. All right, anyone on the commission have anything to report or?
Just a quick question on the brainstorm pool. Is there
Yes.
any update on?
So we continue to make progress. Some of the issues that we're running into are more technical, related to different types of plumbing and mechanical systems speaking to each other. And so that's where we are right now. We're looking at this point for an October opening. Where we're at. Christine, anything else to add to that?
I feel like we're getting closer, and every time I say that, something else pops up. So hopefully I didn't jinx it for us just now. But there is some technical equipment, as John described, that need to just talk with our building management system and some programming that needs to take place. In addition, there's some certification on some of the manufactured equipment that we need to go through. Once that takes place, they will and the pool water starts to heat and everything's operating well, there will be a 2-week window that the contractor is responsible for the water to ensure that everything is working properly. After that 2-week window, if there are no problems, then we'll be turning over the water to our pool maintenance staff to take responsibility of it. In the meantime, we're working very closely with the contracting team to see, when can we get into the building? When can we stock the building? But I will tell you, I won't be having any lifeguard get in the water until I know that my pool maintenance staff have said this is good to go. From that point, we will need about a few weeks for us to train our staff. I do need to have our lifeguards know how to properly conduct rescue drills on a new facility, as well as how to do a transfer of care with fire and other emergency services. Once we are confident that we are ready to go, we hope to have a soft opening to bring over our programs from Eagle Park Pool, and then have a grand opening and dedication ceremony scheduled shortly thereafter. So we are getting very close. And just a last few things that just need to all align and work, and then hopefully we'll be opening this fall.
On a separate project, we hit a milestone today. The restrooms for the Magical Bridge were delivered, trained in, and that process went well. We're looking for a grand opening this winter.
Great. All right, I think that's everything. So I call the meeting adjourned.